Yo, what up?
Hey, everybody.
Hello, hello. Redwall, we got Brochacho, we got Papoxy, we got Aphens. Hello, everybody. Ready for the Gamba stream? Hell yes. We are getting Ivy today. It is happening.
Yes. I know you were so excited.
Well, it's happening way sooner than I thought it was going to, right? But I'm ready. I'm stoked. How are you, Kat? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I've been, as you can guess, busy in the bee dimension.
Busy as a bee.
Yes, I have been busy as a bee.
Very cool.
I started actually breeding some bees. I'm not going too crazy because I want to get the acclimatizer and stuff together, which I will be working on that kind of stuff today. So,
cool. Yeah, we can go over check. Yeah, we can go over check your bee dimension in just a second. I did go ahead in between streams. I'm kind of forward thinking. This is going to be our quad EBF that is going to be on Applied Energistics Auto Crafting, and it has 2 EV energy hatches for each one. So this will be able to take up to 4 IV amps total when all this is running. Now, first of all, we don't have the coils for it. Second of all, we don't have the power to run that thing either. So this probably isn't actually happening until we get our main power spine and we get some large gas turbines going. But that should happen pretty quickly after we get into IV. I'm going to be able to make the turbines that I want. I think I'm going Ori Huracan.
Okay.
Anyway, so I was a little bit forward thinking. The other thing that I did do, you want to come with?
Yeah.
I did make... Yeah, we made quite a few LCRs last stream. So I did also make one for polyvinyl acetate.
Oh.
Which was part of sort of like the last little chemical line that we had in EV. Yeah, this little guy right here. I haven't completed these quests yet, but we basically are all set up. And then there's a mixer back here that takes acetone and polyvinyl acetate and makes advanced glue. And the advanced glue is what you need for basically making graphene, which is like a big component to the motors in IV. So it's a very critical piece of the puzzle for doing like any IV thing essentially.
Well, good thing you're ahead of the game. Let's get all that together.
HSSG isn't that hard, only need tungsten steel. Yeah, I actually already have enough HSSG made for like 26 coils.
Wow.
I thought I was gonna be able to make the coils, and then I realized that needs an IV assembler, right? So we'll probably make these today, I would imagine. Actually, let me real quick before we go to the B dimension. Let me grab the stuff for the quest here. Let's see. I think you just need 1 cell of each thing. Yep.
Okay.
And then 1 cell of polyvinyl. Check.
Nice.
Okay.
Avon says, we just got the first HSSG, but now are stopped trying to automate a bunch. We aren't near as into the infrastructure as you two.
Okay, yeah. Like, once you get your first tungsten steel, like, it's pretty easy, like Redwall was saying, to get some HSSG. What you can do with it, though, is you're a little limited, right? I'm going to come in here real quick and get, I think it was just 1 advanced glue as well. Yeah. There we go, advanced glue. I did stop production of this because we got like 150,000 liters, which goes a pretty long way actually to making a ton of graphene. So should be good on that for a while.
Okay.
And then the final little piece of the puzzle on that particular line. Just going back to the main area real quick. Oh, you should go check on our IV, or not our IV, our nuclear things real quick.
Okay. What do I need to be checking for?
Check the big one. Yep, there's our graphene.
It's at 11%.
11%. Okay, yeah. So we started this last stream, and we actually need some depleted quad fuel rods in order to complete the quest. It's like this one right over here. Yeah, these take a long time. I had calculated 9 hours, and I think I was way under. So server's been running like all afternoon and evening, and I think this will just take another hour. I'm hopeful, because this is what's going to keep us from getting into Ivy. But yeah, I think if we just wait an hour, I think we should be fine. Which we got some others.
Hopefully it'll be ready in an hour.
Yeah. I mean, until then, we've got some other little things that we can do. What was the other? Oh, the other little piece of the puzzle was the dragon egg. Yeah, and those were like each of those recipes took an hour. So I did complete the final little bit. If you want to do the honors, so we have a second dragon egg. I think that is the only time we will ever make a dragon egg that way, because that is obnoxious. That whole line.
Yeah. That seemed to have taken forever.
Yeah,
but
we'll use the bees.
Yeah. Dragon egg omelet.
Oh, delicious. Yeah. Yeah, let's use it for that. Wait,
where do you want this?
Is there an actual dragon egg omelet?
I don't know. It just came up saying that.
Yeah, what's up, Saber Blades? Thank you for the follow. My buddy went deep into bees with the alveoli industrial apiary, so we're swimming in titanium night. Yeah, that's an excellent way to get titanium for sure. Currently waiting on stickweed to get max stats, and I need to decide if I want to do salty root or pumpkin next. Ooh, that is a good question. I mean, how badly do you need the seed oil, right? Or how badly do you need chlorine? That's the question. But yeah, those make great stat crops. I think you're going to be happy with going with those first. Just yeah, the industrial apiaries can take an insane amount of power. Like, I don't even think we're going to touch those for a long time.
Yeah, no, we're not. So where do you want me to Hi, I'm new from the Discord. What's IV?
IV?
I'm only in teenage.
It's what you use at the hospital to get nutrients and hydration. Yeah.
That so funny. How are you doing, Diddy?
Dude, you all moved in? Have you moved yet?
Yeah, for real.
Or you're in the process, I'd imagine. Very exciting.
Hey, where do you want this egg?
I don't know. Just put it in the system. That's fine. We are on the cusp of IV, literally an hour away, I would say. Meanwhile, what's going on in the Beaver Temple, Cat?
Let's see. Let's fly there.
Come fly with me. You're so tired, dude. Moving sucks, man.
10 hours today.
Damn. Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, you've had a day.
That was rough.
It's got to be a relief, though. Get that part of things done.
So, first off, welcome to Breed Bro.
Cat's been cranking out the alvearies the past, 48, 72 hours, yeah.
Yeah.
We got go ahead.
As you see, I've already got things in all of these alvearies, but I'll probably take some things out, like the Charmed and Esoteric. I'll probably take out.
Yeah, it's just to have something in them for
yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and get some of those bred because I'll need those to do more breeding. But this whole row is specifically for breeding, and their biomes are all set. So that way I can walk up to it and be like, oh, well, this is the normal arid breeder. This is the normal. So I don't have to use a bunch of potions. Eventually, I'm going to be working on the acclimatizer today. So that way I can get everything acclimatized to this area, hopefully, and not have to use very many potions at all. Unless, of course, it's got jubilants, and then I've got to use the potions on those.
Right, exactly. But yeah, no, I really like the idea for the setup. Just having him just being able to throw it in whichever biome you need without having to think about it. It's just kind of nice.
I really hated having to like throw a potion on an alveary like every single time I wanted to breed something from a different biome. So I was like, let's just have a designated one for each one. I'll be good to go.
What's funny is I don't even want to play GTNH when I get my computer back up. You got so much to do, though. There's so many things. Greg is waiting.
The bees are waiting, did he?
Actually, dude, whenever I'm like super tired, IRL, GTNH does not sound appealing. So I'm just like, oh god, I don't want to think. I don't want to do anything.
It does take so much like mental energy.
Yeah.
Now let's see. Down here, I don't think I've
God, yeah. Everybody prepare your night vision.
Oh yeah, I hit it before I went down here. I need to check
what is this?
Fuel really fast.
Look at this. I can't even. All right. I'll turn it on.
Yeah, just keep it on.
Think of the bees. That's right.
Exactly. He's the bee man. He should be thinking of the bees.
They miss you. Yeah, this is like so this is what we found was the regulator. I don't know if Diddy, you all are using this or if anybody else is using this. This works great with the carpenter. If you set these little numbers correctly on the right, it'll just send the exact amount that you need to send into the carpenter so that this thing doesn't get clogged with other garbage. And yeah, I think Kat was able to get every single little piece of the alveary puzzle automated.
Yep.
Super, super nice.
I've got
how many do we have in? Already got 46. Okay.
In here. So making the gold wire here, making the actual like alveary blocks there. And we've got sticks being made here too. So, and then this wood pulp will come in handy with some stuff I'm working on for bees that you'll see later.
Is there an advantage to the carpenter over the assembler? Yes, absolutely. If you take a look at the recipe time, well, actually the carpenter doesn't tell you, right? But it's like 5 seconds, 10 tops.
It's really not long.
Right? Isn't that right?
Yeah, I don't think it takes that long in the carpenter.
Yeah, whereas the assembler is 60 seconds at MV. Now, I mean, if you're using an IV assembler, then, you know, okay, you're probably good by that point, but plus carpenter takes so little energy that, you know, because this is possible, I would say why not use the carpenter?
Yeah, I think that is really, really nice.
Using an EV assembly. Yeah, EV would be okay, right? Because that would be, what, 15 seconds? So, by that point, yeah. But I just love that that is even possible with the regulator. I don't know if... The regulator must be new, right? Because they didn't add a quest for it till 2.6. Anybody confirm that? Is the regulator, like, new with 2.6? I'd never seen it before.
So, yeah, over here.
Ah, yes, you got your little bee storage over here.
My bee storage is over here. So whenever I'm doing breeding, I just come over here and grab some of these.
Yeah.
But
like it.
Over here is where I'm putting some things I'm working on today, like the acclimatizer.
Okay, cool.
You recognize this setup at all?
Yes.
This is going to be making ice.
Mm-hmm.
The acclimatizer. I've got like
you
several.
just don't have these powered yet, do you? Okay. Yeah.
No, I literally just started this before stream. Okay. So I've got like chest full of all the things I need.
All right, very cool. So I'm trying to think. I know you've got probably a whole stream lined up of things to do. I've got to basically wait for that stupid thorium rod to to go before we can do anything. We will have to do an IV loot bag opening, by the way.
Oh yeah,
together.
That's exciting.
Yeah, we'll give you half. I'll take half. We'll get a big compressed chest in front of us.
Yes.
Do a little gamba. Huh?
I said we'll have all the fun with that.
Oh, yeah. But until then, I was trying to think of what to do, and we have been talking about the world accelerator.
Yes.
And I think I'm going to figure out a way to kind of make that portable for you.
Well, that would be great.
Sort of portable.
Like, come over here with me really fast.
Okay. Because then you could just put it on like whichever one of those, like, you could like put it on top of this, you know, and do your, you know, drone multiplication, you know, on whichever biome you needed. Would kind of be the idea, I think.
Okay. Well, I didn't think it worked next to the alvearies. I thought you had to put it.
It doesn't. So you would put an apiary, like you would have a portable apiary, and then a battery buffer for the world accelerator, and then the world accelerator itself, and you would just like place them wherever you needed them temporarily.
Right here. Put like an alveary, I mean an apiary right here.
Okay. I mean, I was thinking literally just like right on top, because it's a very temporary thing that you're just placing it to do some drone duplication, then you tear it down, you know.
Okay, well then that's cool. I just didn't know. I didn't really understand how portable it would be if I need to access like power or supply or anything like that.
I mean, it would be 3 blocks plus a lever that you would be like placing and destroying, which I don't think is too bad. The only thing is you would have to charge the batteries every now and then.
Okay.
But I think it would be fine. So I'm gonna go grab that, and then I guess I need to get like a 8 amp battery buffer. Probably have to make some batteries too. Let's see.
While you work on that, I'm going to get back to working on my project.
Okay. Oh, and you might want to place an item conduit with self-feed whenever you do that as well. But that's up to you. I'll show you how it'll work when we get there. Let's see. So let's take the world accelerator, and we'll take the apiary, and yeah, I don't think we're going to use a pressure plate. Yeah, we're going to use a lever instead. We'll get that, and then you can lurk while you either figure out whether to start impacting or fall asleep. Dude, if I were you, I would just fall asleep.
Yeah, you should seriously go ahead and get some sleep.
Oh my gosh. But hey,
day.
Either way, thanks for lurking. Good to see you again. Missed the hive, by the way. I gotta say, I need my hive fix.
Your hive fix.
Yeah, I enjoy watching everybody play. So Tal was telling me that Value and Blizzard were both sick. Totally sucks.
That sucks.
Okay, yeah, battery buffer. Do we have a battery buffer? We have 4 slots. That is not going to cut it. Now I really got no other responsibilities and stuff. Might as well go live in the middle of the day, or go live in the middle of the day. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Nice to have that flexibility. What's up, Volans? How's it going? How is your how are your Essentia bees doing? That was a pretty cool setup. You posted in the Discord earlier. That was you, right? Yeah. They're epic. I hate making Essentia. Yeah, I do too. I think like one of the reasons we haven't worked on Thaumcraft is it just kind of reached a point of like, oh god, I don't want to like fatigue, right? Like, I don't want to mess with Essentia jars anymore.
Those things are like starting to drive me nuts.
Mm-hmm. We're in IV yet. We are 1 quest away. So we are waiting on our depleted thorium quad fuel rods. I've had the server running, not overnight, but I did have it running today. So we're at 9%. And I think this is ticking down 1 per second, right? Like 1 durability per second. So theoretically, this should be done in like 45 minutes. Hopefully. And then we'll be in IV. We'll get a bunch of motors. So like I already have a bunch of graphene. Ooh, I could probably make a lot more than this. What is it? A stack gives 16, right? We can make like 64 more. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Already got the motors programmed in here, ready to go. I've got the IV machine halls ready to go. Yeah, well, we are set. So right now I'm just kind of trying to pass the time. So I thought I would help Kat with the World Accelerator stuff for her bees.
Yes, thank you very much.
You are very welcome. Okay, there's our battery buffer. And then we need 4 MVs. Or sorry, no, not 4, 8. Actually, technically just 6, right? Maybe we should just keep it simple and do 6. Oh, those are sodium. Yeah, we don't want that. I think it's 8 dust, right? Per battery? Yeah. Okay, so we need a little bit of battery alloy. We have just enough. And then 4 copper cable. Put that in with our polyethylene, and boom. Yeah, we are gonna have the most epic loot bag opening you could possibly imagine. We got like 300 Fortune 3 books. The only thing that's going to be stopping us is the motors. I don't know if I can make enough motors for all of our IV bags. I'm going to try though. In fact, speaking of that, can we make more graphene? 512. Ooh, we can. Nice. Let's go ahead and do that. That stuff takes a while. Okay, there's 5th battery and 6th battery. Awesome. Let's come in here and get these charging. Ooh, we got 60,000 compressed cobblestone, by the way. So if we wanted to make more bedrockium, we could do that.
Well.
And Kat, you're working on getting the machines up and running?
Yes, I am.
Very nice. So you've got the ice maker. What else have you got going on here?
So over here is the ice maker, and over here is the cell maker. For the wax capsules. There we go. So when you put things in the acclimatizer, like if you put anything in like a bucket or anything, the acclimatizer will eat it and you'll lose that bucket, which really kind of sucks. So the only thing that you can really do is use these wax capsules in the acclimatizer. So I just have these on auto because it just helps save time. And then I'll have these like feeding into different things like water and lava.
Well, you can't put lava in the wax ones. It has to be like a...
Oh, yeah. No, that's right.
Refined wax or something like... What is it that you have to use?
I have to look that up again because I don't remember off the top of my head.
Lava capsule. Refractory capsule. Which is made with refractory wax. Which is made from... Well, it looks like there's a couple combs that do it. Some of like the simmering combs and stuff do it. Cryothium, dark steel, energy, vibrant alloy, stainless steel. I mean, some of these combs we're going to be wanting to make for other stuff anyway. So, Enderium, energetic alloy, red alloy, redstone alloy. Yeah. So we'll probably get that stuff naturally pretty soon. But you just may not have it initially for the lava portion.
Yeah, no, it should be fine.
Which sucks, but yeah.
I'm just happy to start getting this infrastructure going so that way it's all ready to go when we need it.
Oh yeah, Urianshe, I told Kat that the servers were going down last night. She was like, "What?" And she like put Greg down immediately. She's like, "Oh, I gotta jump on for an hour."
Logged in for like the last hour and a half.
Yeah.
And then all day, of course, I wanted to play. So I was like, I'll just play Greg.
It's okay. You will be okay. They come on tomorrow night. It's okay.
I don't know, man. I need my 14.
And Volants, I don't know of a way to do that with a cell specifically. I mean, your best bet for limiting how much of an item is made storage-wise is just using a limiting storage door, right? With a storage bus on it. That's the only way I can think of to really have that same kind of effect. Okay, we are all charged. Whenever you're charging this battery, Cat, you're gonna have to make sure that you hook it up to MV specifically.
Okay. Well, that's pretty much what I have running throughout the base. So.
Yeah. Just be careful. Maybe you get like a dedicated, place to charge them.
Okay.
Specifically.
Yeah. The only place I have different power is with the macerators or the seed oil, and that's HV. Everything else is MV.
Redwall, I was not a huge fan of the post MSQ. Almost felt like filler to me, although I know some people did like it, and I do kind of wonder if they're using that to set up for something bigger in like the long term, like years down the road.
Really
but I will say that the very last patch, that's sort of like preface like MSQ for the coming expansion, it was really good. Like, it definitely caught my attention and got me excited. So
I was not a fan of the MSQ.
Yeah.
It was like dragging my feet trying to get me to even finish it because I couldn't get into it.
But it seems completely unrelated to the new expansion, so worst case scenario, you just kind of grind through that. If you hate it, maybe you like it though, who knows. You barely pay attention to the story most of the time. I mean, if you're coming for the gameplay, it seems like they're going to be doing a lot of cool stuff this expansion. So gameplay wise, I'd say FF14 is looking pretty good future wise.
I'm so flipping excited. See the new world and everything. It's gonna be fun.
Literally the new world. That's literally what they call it. Yes. Kat, do you want to come with me while I show you how to set this whole thing up?
Sure.
Do you have a moment? Yes. Okay. So let's say that you just made a bee and it requires hot normal. Okay. So what you can do is take your apiary, just put it right here. Now you're going to be, blocking the apiary below or the alveary below, but this is just temporary, right? Mm-hmm. You're going to set up your world accelerator right next to it. Now I'm going to put the machine cover on the facing south section. So depending on so it's always going to be facing this direction no matter what. Okay. So as long as you orient stuff this way, you shouldn't have a problem. And what you're going to want to do is, this is set to enable with redstone. So only when the lever is on will it actually work properly. There is one thing that you do have to do to it every time, I think. I think you have to take a screwdriver and right click it, and that switches it to tile entity mode. And it will not work correctly unless you do that. So you're going to need a screwdriver with you when you're doing this. Okay. But then you're just going to take your battery. This is this holds up to 9 batteries, but we just need 6 amps for this. Remember, 1 battery equals 1 amp. So we're just going to take all 6 MVs and do that. And so now if you just right click the lever, boom, it's working. Okay. And draining the batteries very quickly, by the way. So you want to make sure that,
Okay.
Yeah. But this should be an easy way, so you're not running into biome climate restrictions every time you're trying to double, or get a bunch of drones of something. I mean, obviously it's a little bit annoying to, set up and tear down, but it's the best way I can think to do this.
Fine. So. Yeah, no, that works. Thank you, baby.
Okay, you're welcome.
I really appreciate it. If you just leave it there.
Yeah, sure. And did you see how quickly the batteries were draining whenever it was on? Yeah.
They got to 4% in like just a second.
Yeah. So
That's a little crazy.
it is
But
a little crazy, but
I just pop the batteries into an MV machine, right? And then
yeah, exactly.
recharge. Okay.
Well, you can hook the battery buffer up directly to an 8 MV cable, and then just
Okay.
pop the batteries in here, and they'll slowly charge.
Okay. Well, that's pretty easy.
Oh, and obviously Oblivion Frame, or you might even want to use Maddening Frenzy Frame. I don't know which would be quicker, right? Or maybe Oblivion Frame would be the same amount of time.
The only reason I'm not using the frenzy frames, whatever, I can't talk.
Oh, the LP. Yeah.
Yes, is LP.
Yeah,
I want to get like at least the next tier, so I have more of an LP buffer. Because if I remember right, if you use those and you don't have enough LP, they can be destroyed.
If I recall correctly, they're both the same amount of time. Okay, yeah. So I mean, just one Oblivion Frame should be fine then. Yeah.
Okay. Well, very cool.
Because otherwise, it kind of defeats the purpose of this, right? But then what you can also do is you just have to be careful, watch your Oblivion Frame, durability, but when you do this, but you could do self-feed, right?
Yeah.
Extract, insert both on.
I really am just using that to make a bunch of extra drones.
Yeah, well, that's a way to where you don't have to manually place it repeatedly, right?
Yeah.
You can just kind of watch it go for a little bit.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't want to babysit. You wouldn't want to walk away from this ever.
Definitely not.
Right, so, okay. All right. Good talk.
Yeah.
Good plan.
Thank you very much.
Meeting adjourned. Saw a thing that people were mad about DPS being able to. So there was this one guy who I've watched his streams before. He was a tank and he led 3 other DPS in the dungeon. And the fact that they didn't have a healer caused a big stink in the community where healers started crying, being like, so we're not valuable. Oh, we want stuff to do. So we're going to go on a healer strike. And then people start memeing, well, we're going to go on a tank strike. Well, we're going to go on a DPS strike. And it's been like a whole clusterfuck of stupidity, in my opinion. I think it's funny, though. I think the game's going to come out, and people are just going to go back to doing what they normally do.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Healer do be left out. Just do damage, right? Easy. I mean, regular dungeons in Final Fantasy XIV are basically like cakewalks anyway. Like it, to me, I'm not looking at the dungeon to entertain me with its difficulty. So I don't really know what the problem is.
I was telling Vin last night that I feel like if you are a healer in 14, as long as a tank isn't wall-to-walling, then you should technically be able to heal and do damage.
Oh yeah, you're expected to do that for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I've had to deal with some healers that just aren't that great at multitasking. They will only heal or only do damage. It's just like, what the heck are you doing?
Oh yeah, no, I'm not trying, Arianji, I'm not trying to say like healer DPS is like fun necessarily, right? Single button DPS rotation, yeah, that's, I mean, if they want healers to do damage, they should make it more entertaining. I totally agree with that. Right. Down to 8%. 3,800 durability divided by 60. Man, I think it's going to be another hour.
Are you serious?
I think so. Yeah,
But what's something else in the quest book that you can work on?
What a freaking bummer. Yeah, I don't know. No worry, you're not bad about that? Oh, okay. That is a good question.
DPS. What do you mean by single button DPS?
I mean, there's not really a lot of damage skills you can use.
Oh, as a healer?
As a healer, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is true.
So if that's what you end up doing a majority of in an activity, well, yeah, that is kind of boring. I totally agree. I could. So one thing I did I want to say like a week ago almost, I did make a bunch of this turbine casing. So I think this is going to be enough for like 5 large gas turbines. At least, I think. Large gas turbines. Yeah, 8 to 30 casing. So I could go ahead and work on some of the other parts of that real quick. So we want 5 controllers to start with. 5's probably not going to be enough long term, but start out, this should be fine. Yeah, we can just make some of the parts for these things. Looks like we need 10 EV circuits. 20 stainless steel gears. Dude, our stainless steel supply is starting to get a little cringe. 6 times 6 is 36. Yeah. Dude, you know what I can't wait for in IV? The multi-block extruder. Having all of these different extrusion patterns on Autocraft.
Yeah, that will be really nice.
This is going to be glorious.
You know what I look forward to?
What?
The multi-block mixer.
Really?
Yes.
So why do you want that?
There are so many things that I need like mixed. Like I keep having to use a mixer, and it'd just be handy to have those recipes.
You mean like dusts?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I won't be able to have every circuit, obviously, because you're limited on the number of like input buses. But yeah, we'll have quite a few. Actually, let's see. Industrial mixing machine. Oh, you do only need 6 multi-use casing. That is pretty good, actually. That's actually a lot of hatches you can have on here. Okay. Yeah, I think I actually need the IV mixer in order to make things like HSSE. So this might be one of the first multi-blocks we end up making.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Was it you, Redwall, who was saying, like, you got, like, a whole super tank full of it in, like, 2 minutes or something? Some silly small amount of time like that. I can't wait to have, hopefully, fingers crossed, ender tanks. For one, getting benzene to the void dimension for Cat. Also, just having like an automated drilling fluid thing on site here in the overworld, and just be able to put down an ender tank for that.
Oh,
whenever I put a multi-block miner down, it's gonna be so good. 111,000 a second. Yeah, that's insane. What's up, Cat?
I said, you're over on the other side. Do you mind getting some Fluix cable, the ME glass cable?
Yeah, I'll order some. So I know that stuff takes a little while to make. How much do you need?
Yeah. A stack.
Okay. I'll just order 2 stacks.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. 5 EV machine halls. There we go. Want to get back into GTNH? You should. Well, I mean, you're picking a really bad time to want to get back into it when the expansion's coming out in what? Like 24 hours? little more than 24 hours.
You know, I'm awful about that. Whenever something is coming out and I'm even looking forward to it, I end up like getting distracted with something else. So like I knew 14 was coming out and I went like completely Greg all day, every day for the past like several days instead of playing 14. Maybe because it's like I know I'm going to be spending a lot of time playing it once it's out. I don't know.
You feel alone in your world. You should play with on a server with other people.
For real.
Start over, yeah. I don't know if I'd ever want to play GTNH solo again.
A lot of stuff to do.
But no, I totally remember when I was playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I was in the middle of it. And I think it was like the side quests that were starting to get me burnt out just a little bit. And I all of a sudden started playing GTNH for a day. You know, and it was just like, wait a minute, what am I doing? Like, I've been looking forward to this game for years, and here I am Gregging right now. What is happening?
Because Greg has his hooks in you.
That must be it.
Sometimes I joke that Greg is like ringworm. I mean, he really just digs his claws right in.
We all have GTNH brain worms, I think.
Let's see.
What are you doing, Kat? Walk us through.
I'm trying to get up the elevator right now.
You should make like a 2x2 square of elevators or something.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
I've
done that before. Yeah. I guess it would have to be 3x3 if you wanted it symmetrical.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just so you know, the system is like really backed up right now because I've requested graphene dust.
Oh.
And so everything is waiting for its turn in the assembler right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I think the Fluix cable's crafting. Maybe?
There's only 2 in there right now.
Well, it's crafting the quartz fiber at least. And the Certus quartz rods.
Yeah, this is gonna take a minute. I'm glad you requested 2 stacks. Well, I'll just continue setting things up in the meantime. Oh, I meant to grab something else.
Yeah, that was my bad. I just started going ham on the graphene. I was getting excited for Ivy.
I know you cannot wait for Ivy. I think if you could shout it from the rooftops, you would.
Oh, dude, I can request 32 Ivy motors right now. That would be breaking the rules. We have to complete our quest. And we can claim these quests in the meantime. So I did take all of our HV loot bags and I upconverted them to EV. So whenever we get unlock the IV chapter, we'll have to use the quest, but I think you can throw them in an IV assembler, but we won't have that yet. So we'll just have to go to the loot bag chapter, like the bottom chapter, and we'll have to turn them in manually that way. And I actually might want your help with that because
okay, you have to tell me about it when we get there.
Because it can take a while. We've got 1, 2, 3, 3.5 stacks of EVs. And did you claim all your quests? I know you were doing some of that yesterday.
I claimed a lot yesterday.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm still finding a ton of stuff I haven't claimed. Oh, there's an EV. Random quests I wasn't even trying to complete.
Gotta love those though.
Yeah, right.
So I'm trying to make a extruder mold for a cell. But I can't find the casting form cell shape. Do I just make it?
Usually
Do I just use the forming press instead?
I mean, you could do that. That
seem like
recipe
this
right
would be
there.
easiest, but
I mean, actually, since we already have a cell extrusion shape, the forming press recipe is probably the best one, actually. Because see how it says NC next to that one? That means not consumed.
Okay. Did that.
Still haven't claimed my personal dimension. Saving it for a rainy day.
I still think that we should use it for the demon stuff. But he says that we should put the demons on the moon.
For some stupid planet we don't care about. That's just me. Gosh, a bunch of kill quests as well. Do it for seeds. Seeds? You mean like crops? I did get an HV enchanted loot bag. Dude, HV loot bags suck so bad. Oh my gosh.
Well, this is why we saved them.
Yeah. To convert. The flux cable is halfway done, by the way. If you wanted to grab some.
I just grabbed a stack.
Oh, you did? Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Still waiting on this stuff to craft. I cannot wait to get more, like to have power better sorted out, so I can make a processing array just for the circuit assembler. You and I were talking about this earlier, Kat. And I can put multiple of them in there. Because one of the things we wait on the most is probably circuits at this point.
Yeah. All the circuits, all the time.
Funny when you're statting up a crop, you get a fully different fully statted crop. Yeah, I mean, the crop bot's really good about that because it gives you like all this extra happenstance mutation stuff. 2131 cucumber seed. Yeah, just what you wanted. But you can get some good stuff that way too. All right, almost done.
I've been getting slightly impatient with the waiting for the crop bot. I've been very tempted to just start planning things.
What are you impatient for? Like,
I just want to go ahead and get them started.
Oh, okay.
I keep trying to wait for the crop bot.
I'm thinking right now, do I want to make a commitment? Oh, there is a quest for this. Okay. Large gas turbine. Yeah, I've got to figure out the exact benzene flow we're going to need on this and everything. All right, Kat. By the end of next week, I will have the crop bot up and running. Okay.
Okay.
Now, that's going to be taking time away from my precious Final Fantasy XIV story experience, but I'm making that commitment to you anyway.
That's honestly what first went through my head is you're going to promise that the week that you plan on playing Final Fantasy.
Yep. Just showing you how much I care about you.
And everyone here is witness.
Exactly. That's why I was hesitating. Guys, I seen it.
See?
Exactly.
Thank you.
It is etched in stone at this point. And thankfully I've set one up before, so it shouldn't take as long as it took me last time, which was probably like 8 hours between crafting all the parts and putting it together.
Ooh.
I'm going to try to put as much of the parts on autocraft as I can, and that should hopefully speed things up a little bit. Okay, looks like all of our parts are made for our gas turbine controllers. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice. And a quest. No reward. Scammed. Following the wiki, it only took like 1 to 2 hours to set up the crop bot. Yeah, I think I was just being like over methodical the first time I did it, because I was really afraid of something messing up. But yeah, you just follow it and it works. Let's go ahead and start putting some of our parts. Press chest over here. Let's see. We're gonna need 5 maintenance hatches. We're also gonna need 5 muffler hatches, right? Uh-oh. We're out of molten rubber. Oh my god.
Huh. That seems so crazy. That seems so crazy.
Okay. We can fix this. If we had an up and running crop bot, maybe we would have solved this problem sooner. Ironically enough. But it's okay. It's fine. There's just so much to do, Kat. Okay.
I hear you.
Yeah, I guess we'll just use the HG centrifuge here. It's fun. Because we need some raw rubber dust, which we are like completely out of. Now we should be able to make it pretty quickly with the LCR set to EV here. So our biggest bottleneck is going to be the centrifuge here. That's okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and put the stuff down. So we're going to need 5 maintenance hatches, 5 mufflers. Now, did I hear something about like mufflers not working on these properly? Am I crazy? Let's go back and look at the quest real quick. Because they don't put the muffler on the, like, hey, get these blocks part of the quest. It's just the casing, maintenance hatch, input hatch, and large gas turbine. But when you click this thing, well, it tells you, like, all this other garbage too, though. That's no good. Yeah, so it, like, the, when you hit shift on the tooltip, it tells you muffler hatch. Air, 3x3 area in front of the controller, yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna need dynamo hatches too. Let's look those up. If pollution is disabled, you don't need the muffler. Interesting. I feel like somebody was saying, like the multi-block actually won't form if you have pollution disabled and you include the muffler. Is that part right? I feel like that was not always the case, if that is now the case. But Yeah, regardless. On 2.5.1 on the Hive, I couldn't get it to form. Yeah, I mean, maybe it changed at one point. I don't know. Either way, yeah, sounds like we just skipped the muffler hatch then. Yeah, thank you, Value. By the way, I heard you were feeling under the weather. Hope you're doing better. I think it's changed, but the quest book hasn't updated. Well, I haven't read this whole quest book portion, but they did not include the muffler hatch on the items here, which is kind of what gave me pause, right? Of course, they don't include a dynamo hatch either, but, you know.
Hey, so
Yes.
because I suck at ME.
Okay.
So with the ME controller here, you said something about 32 channels. Does that mean like 8 per side? Or 32 in general?
32 per face. Now, the thing is, the Fluix cable, like the normal stuff that you're using right now, will only transport 8 of those channels. So if you wanted to transport more than 8 channels, you would have to use a dense cable. That is something that we probably should get that on Autocraft, because we're going to need more of that as time goes on.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can do that.
Could I make another ME controller and place it somewhere else along the line to help?
You can't have multiple ME controllers on the same network separated from each other. You could add an extra ME controller that's attached to that one, which is how you make like those cube controllers, for example.
Yeah.
But you can't put it like elsewhere. Okay, I'm working on getting those autocraftable for you. Unfortunately, they require a ton of rubber, which is what we're currently having issues with. So, yeah.
That is hilarious timing.
Let's see. Whoops. We do need another carrying capacity card on our controller over here. I, for no reason, mind you, thought you meant quarterback. Oh, no. Maybe I just mumbled that. Who knows? And yo, what's up, Tell? Hello, hello.
Hey.
Yeah, let's put that there. Okay. You can use P2P to bypass any limitations in the local network. Yeah. I don't know. There may come a point in time. So, Kat is using a separate network in our void dimension for her B stuff. There may come a point in time where we need to use a subnet to deliver the channels that way. I don't know if it's ever going to get that big, though. We'll kind of play it by ear, right? I think dense cable transporting channels around is probably going to be the way to go. We'll reach the point where the dense cable is pretty trivial to make. We're just not 100% there yet. But who knows? We might do a subnet. We're definitely doing that at the main base, though. That's like literal GTNH requirement, in my opinion. Do a recipe for that. We'll do a recipe for dense covered cable. I guess we'll use silicon rubber. Oh wait, don't we have a bunch of styrene butadiene? Let me go check that real quick. We are making that stuff. I don't think we've been using it that much though. Like we've mainly used the silicon rubber. Molten styrene butadiene. Oh yeah, we've got a whole super tank full of this stuff. Yeah, we should really start using this. Let me go get a fluid storage bus to put on that, and then we can start programming that for recipes. Yeah, I much prefer that. We'll put those right there. Oh, we could use it as normal rubber as well. Maybe. Although, like, once we get our crop sorted, we're going to be swimming in molten rubber. So, I kind of want to use molten rubber where I can. Go back to fluid storage. Get this on here. Let's see. Molten, styrene, butadiene. Here we go. There we go. The rule, I try not to swim in molten things. You would be correct. Yes. Good point. I might have misspoken. Let's also get our EV dynamo hatch on Autocraft. I don't think we know how to make these aluminum springs yet. That's a whole thing. Okay. Order some more patterns while we're at it. Also, let's check on our thorium rods. This is the... Yo, what's up, Dragonoid? This is the very last thing, as I pointed out before, very last quest in our EV chapter. Depleted thorium rods. And we're at 4%. That's like, what, 2,000 seconds, I guess, right? $33 more minutes. Almost there. Patience. Let's see. Okay, we got our EV dynamo hatch. What assembler do we want that's not going to cause problems? I think circuit 1 would be okay, right? I don't think any of that stuff's going to interfere. So we'll throw it in there, see what happens. Let's go ahead and program aluminium spring. That's going to go in circuit 1 in the bending machine. And long aluminium rod in the forge hammer. There we go. And the final piece of the puzzle is the buffer dynamo hatch. This is going to output 4 EV amps that will upconvert to 1 IV amp. And then we'll send that to our LSC whenever we make that. I don't know if I know how to make a 4X aluminum cable. Might have to look at that. Wait, was that the right? That was not the right EV circuit. In case anybody didn't know, when you're programming these patterns, you can come over here, and if they're alternate, like, possibilities for the recipe, you can actually hold down shift and scroll wheel, and you can scroll between the different processors here, for example. I actually did not know this until recently. I don't know if it's a new feature or an old feature. Either way, pretty cool. And this was, oh yeah, this is just a crafting recipe. Let's put that in our molecular assembler. Okay, now if I wanted to request this, missing sulfuric acid. Pardon? Dude, end of last stream we were having sulfuric acid problems then as well. What is taking up our sulfuric acid? Gonna do pumpkin before salty root because you got 1931. So RNG dictated it to you, Redwall. It's It's a fair way to make a decision. Okay, this isn't even making right now. Are we out of sulfur dust? Yes, we are. Okay. Something that we probably should have done a while ago is just pick up all of this and just throw it into the system. Love those little tidbits. Thanks for showing us. Yeah, absolutely. Like, stuff like that is such huge quality of life, because before I would look up nano processor and then I'd have to like go drag the ghost circuit over here, right? It's like, what a pain in the butt. I forget what else, but I'm pretty sure that works with other like multiple possibilities that the recipe has, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's go double check sulfuric acid. I'm so glad I set that chemical process up, because we are suddenly just having such a shortage of it. It's crazy. We sucked our supply dry when we did this indium dust automation, and I wasn't even thinking about the fact that this takes like the indium concentrate. It takes like 36,000 sulfuric acid per craft. Yeah, good times. So I turned that off, and now we're just kind of flowing through this. Not enough output fluid space. Wait a minute. 16,000 sulfuric acid output. Fluid import bus. Why is it not putting that into fluid storage? Where's our sulfuric acid? It's right here. Oh, are we out of channels? Uh-oh. 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 Yep. We're out of channels. Yeah, we need a new fluid P2P. So we'll call the new one, I guess. Let's see, what's this one? Fluid storage 2? Right. Oh, that's fluid storage 3. Okay, yeah, we'll call the new one fluid storage 2. We don't have that yet, do we? Check. Okay, yeah, I skipped 2 because I knew I wanted to put it here. Okay. We can fix this. I was prepared for this moment. Didn't realize we would get here yet. Oh. Yeah, this little area is... This is like the base of the pagoda that we're going to have like sticking out of the mountain and like leading to everything else. Out on this half of the mountain right here. But under construction. Come down one level to our ME controller, which is a total shame and a mess right now. Like, I'm very ashamed of this.
You've got big plans for it. It'll look better.
I do. I'm waiting till we have more power, right? So I can like build this thing out more and kind of sustain the power for it. So there are reasons, right? Okay, I need to be careful here. Let's get like a couple pieces of green here. And we'll kind of come in under here. There we go. And then we'll call this fluid storage 2. Okay. And we'll come back over here. Get our memory card again. And we'll just switch this over to 2. Bind to input. Here we go. Okay, so this should come back online in just a minute. Yep. Already did. We're getting our sulfuric acid again. Everything works again. All right. We were just talking about this thing the game knows. Yeah, exactly. Greg knows. It's a little bit of spaghetti, right? It's just... I want to build a proper ME controller, right? So we'll get there soon. Let's see. Let's try that again. So, Dynamo. I wanted to request one of these. It's beautiful spaghetti. Well, I'm glad you think so. Yeah. Let's request it. Why not? Are you about to... Oh, you're just doing machine holes. Okay.
Yeah.
Should be fine. Pretty complex craft. We're going to need 5 of these ultimately. Let's make sure. And we'll probably be crafting a ton more. So spray paint always makes a difference. I do need to make some spray paint cans soon for coloring the actual power cable. We're going to be transforming and like moving between power tiers a ton in the near future. I'd say spaghetti plate indeed. Okay, yeah. True. Yeah. Gonna get 5 of those. By the way, does anybody know, like, you know how you can make, you know, a little bracket here on the side with your items? Like if I, if I pin a bunch of items and then I do like a little bracket on the left side, and then you can kind of manipulate it and stuff. Is there a way to get rid of this bracket completely? I've not found a way. Like, it seems like once you make the bracket, it's always like, you always have to have it on at least one item or something. I don't know how to just like plain get rid of that. I mean, I guess you could like make a new item and then do that. Actually, I don't know. It's a little confusing. It's the only little complaint I can possibly have about the favorite system here. Otherwise, it's freaking amazing. There's a light up head in the left corner. Yeah, I spent way more time than I should have trying to make our little avatar head's voice activated light up on our system.
I think it's cute though.
It is. It was worth it. That was fun. Yeah, thank you. I like making little touches like that. I've got a lot more things I want to do for the stream, but usually comes down to time and energy.
Yeah. I know. I still have to make a whole bunch of emojis.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good example too. Got some good ideas. All right, so we did get Dynamo Hatch. Nice. Right, I need to come back over here and look at rubber. So we do have raw rubber dust. Okay. I don't think this needs a circuit, right? Yeah, there we go. Nice. Get our bedrockium drum. My new favorite little item. Like, even if we weren't doing the quest book challenge, I would totally make one of these again. These are really handy to have. You got your bee back. Yeah, I love that bee. That's so good. Maybe we need a bee emoji too.
That would be fun. That'd definitely be more work to make it animated like that.
Oh, yeah, totally. Way more work. Oh, your machine holes are done, by the way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we got our 5 maintenance hatches. So other than that, so like once I get the dynamo hatches, I think that's everything we need for the gas turbines, right? The one other huge mountain to climb is going to be the Lapatronic supercapacitor. I think the thing that's going to be the hardest is these casing. A lot of tungsten steel. In fact, how much is that? Let's see. 282 ingots. How much do we have? Oh, we have 562. Okay, we were doing a lot better than I thought on this. Apparently, I have done my due diligence. Get some more tungsten. Where's your main power hub going to be? I can show you. So this is our main. This is where we started, right? Market Square. We've got LV, MV machines here. Got HV. So we spent a lot of time here. You got Thumbcraft over there in the corner. So if you look at the mini map, we're going west now, and we're going up a little bit, and we've got the aptly named, I suppose, Zenitentiary. It's supposed to be a Zen garden down here. And this is where we've been putting all of our chemical processes, like, and automation stuff. Obviously, we're going to need bigger areas for that kind of stuff in the future, but this has kind of been like a nice catch-all room for now. But opposite, to the north here, this room is super incomplete aesthetically, right? But it's got the basic utility down. So each of these little places, we've got room for large gas turbines here. No, we are not going to wall share them because we're not cringe like that. Okay. Separate machines only. I think we have room for 15, something like that. 12 to 15, somewhere in there. And then right here, this is where the Lapatronic supercapacitor is going to be. For anybody who hasn't seen that before, it's just this guy right here. And you can like, whoops. God, what have I done? There we go. Yeah, you can make it bigger and taller, which will add battery space. So we're going to put that right here, and then cable will run underneath, and it's going to run right here where we currently have benzene piping. So that's going to be the main backbone cable for the base. It's going to run vertically, and then kind of runs underneath the pathing here to like all the different locations we need. So we'll have, I think I've decided on 4x vanadium gallium cable. It's going to be our main backbone. So this will transport 16 LUV amps. So we'll transform our power up to LUV. And then in the different places we're using it, we'll just transform it back down to IV or EV or whatever we need. Yo, what's up, Cole? How's it going? I was just showing people a little bit of our future plans here. Yeah, supercapacitor goes there, and then we've got extra little places for the future. So we'll be putting our XL gas turbines here. I don't even know if we're going to need 4 before we get to fusion, but at least we have the space for it. And then obviously we can build back further. You know, we could even make pathing to go left and right here as well. So making sure we're not walling ourselves in here, because it's a pretty important area. Driving home from sales won't be super chatty. Oh, no big deal. Oh, always appreciate you joining in. Dude, I hate having night vision on. Everything looks so garbage with it. So flat. 2, 1. No superconductors? Well, I really want to run at LUV power for the backbone, simply because that's what allows you to transport the most amps of power. So that way we can like easily transport like 64 IV, and it's kind of future-proofed in that respect. Yeah, there will be some cable loss, right? But I mean, if you look, it's like what, 2 EU per volt, which when we're talking about 32,000 EU, a loss of 2 per block is really not that bad. And especially when we're not talking anything more than like 100, 200 blocks for this area. It should be fine. I actually don't know. Like what IV superconductor looks like. I know there's no way we can do LUV anytime soon, so. I guess they're all kind of the same, actually, aren't they? And made the same way. Dude, where is... Where is it? Here it is, okay. No, that's the base wire. Yeah, IV electric pump, niobium titanium fluid pipe, that's fine. And the superconductor is made with indium dust and vanadium. That is a little pricey, right? The indium there. Yeah, probably no superconductors. I mean, we'll use those more regularly later on. I mean, we are using like lower tier superconductors like back here for simple things. Like these machine lines, we're using HV. But for the main backbone, yeah, probably not. Unless somebody has like an argument to convince me that I really should do that. Let's see. Can I request 4 more of these? No. I absolutely cannot. Okay, we need several things. We need power IC, stainless steel rotor, that's fine. And we do need to make more. I think I ran out of coolant entirely. Definitely want to get that automated. I did make a ton more PIC wafers. Let's get those cut. Oh, that's right. We need EV cutting machine. Okay. I'm gonna have to remember to take that out after I'm done, because this is set to blocking mode. So if this stuff is in here, then nothing will want to go in. Yo, Runic Spells. Love the name. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. We are down to 2%, 800 durability. And then we are entering the Ivy Age. That's super exciting.
You said we're down to 2%?
2%. I think
we're close.
About 10 minutes from now, roughly. Very ready. So, I've got a little list here. One of the things that I really wanted to get, which is, sorry, yeah, tripping over my words. One of the things I really wanted to get was the HSSG coils in order to make Ori Harukan and HSSE. Because either one of those two materials is what we're going to use for our turbines, for the large gas turbines. But you need an IV assembler to make those coils. So that's probably the first machine that we're going to go for after we open some loot bags. I have been thinking about doing the alloy blast smelter as well, which also requires, I think, an IV alloy smelter, right? The GT++ chapter. Yeah, IV alloy smelter. But once you make this thing, opens up all these different blocks here. Large processing factory. This is a total bitch to make, but I do want to make one of these in the semi-near future. Doesn't this open up the Vulcanus as well? Where is the Vulcanus? We definitely want to make one of those. You get the cutting factory. What else? Oh yeah, I did want to make a fishing port. That should solve our fish catcher problem. You get a forge hammer. I don't think I've actually even made this before. Industrial sledgehammer. Yeah, what's up, Crypto Ducky? Just in time then? Exactly. Yeah, we are super close. Yeah, the Vulcanus. So I do have already like a quad EBF made, but we'll probably switch that over to Vulcanus as soon as we can. You know, we're gonna need pyrotheum, but look up pyrotheum. The dust. I think it's trying to think what the problems with this usually is. The blaze powder we can solve with crops. The coal dust, we can probably solve that with bees. Don't we already have a coal bee, Cat?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. So this shouldn't be an issue. So we should be able to get the Vulcanus up and running relatively early in Ivy. Definitely want to get power sorted out first before we do any of this stuff. But the things I'm also looking forward to, Cat's looking forward to the the multi-block mixer. We can program a ton of recipes for that. Industrial electrolyzer, which we're going to need for like oxygen, chlorine, fluorine, plus just processing a bunch of other dusts and stuff. That's going to be great. Wire factory is good. Extrusion machine. I'm so looking forward to this. Ivy is like just like when all the really like shit just starts to go wild. Pyrotheum is farmable from bees pretty easily. Oh yeah, isn't there a pyrotheum bee? Whoa. Yeah, dude. I forgot all about this. Redstone and energy. That's pretty easy to make actually. Yeah, good call. Good call. Yeah, pyrotheum. Yeah, you just get straight up 20% chance of pyrotheum dust. So you just make a couple pyrotheum bees, you're probably set. Very good call. But yeah, just so many multi-blocks. Multi-block bonanza. It'll be so good. What are you working on, Kat? I see you messing with bees and stuff.
Yeah, I needed sugar, and I decided to make a sweetened bee to make some sugar.
Actually, I'm borderline running into an oxygen problem over here. But sugar bee would be nice.
You said a sugar bee will be nice?
Yeah, because then I can electrolyze that, get oxygen. But I don't know. We'll probably just scale up sugar beets instead. Unless the sugar bee just like outputs the stuff really well. I mean, it is a direct output. 20% chance from the sugary queen. And then there's like a couple others, aren't there? Let's see. Sugary is 20% chance. Ripening 10%. Fruity 15. Yeah, I guess the sugary is the best. Just do oxygen bee for an oxygen? Yeah, there are those bees, aren't there?
But we haven't unlocked those yet.
I think they're pretty... It's like quite a separate path to get to those. You got to do a bunch of the end type bees. Yeah, a lot of these bees we don't have at the moment. But yeah, don't the combs just like directly fluid extract into oxygen? Yeah, like this. 5 seconds.
Can't you set up an oxygen collector in the Spectre Key area?
Does that translate to Gregtech oxygen gas? I don't know if it does.
And then Dragonoid mentions the Thaumcraft seeds are a really strong source of sugar for oxygen. I've done a lot with the Thaumcraft seeds already, but I haven't seen anything and it stick. It was for oxygen.
It's crazy how many like solutions there are to the oxygen problem.
I need to go back and take a look at all those seeds because this is 2 days in a row now that someone's been talking about the Thumbcraft seeds.
Yeah, we were talking about the void thing. Oh yeah, I was on Geronimo's stream earlier, and he has already done the Eldritch Epiphany thing.
Oh wow!
He said it wasn't that bad. Sugar weeds. They're after Aurelia and Thalmic bases. Oh, okay. I mean, that's not too far in. We almost forgot to get the rubber I had been complaining about before. Okay, let's make a little bit more. 95,000 liters. That'll at least get us by for now. Yeah, I have had really good success with sugar beets in the past as well. Just takes a little bit of setting up, a little bit of infrastructure. Because you do have to process the sugar beets themselves. An extractor to get the sugar, but 4 sugar beets equals like 25,000 liters of oxygen. It's pretty good. Okay.
Yep. And again, Redwall's talking about the crop bot. Another good reason to get the crop bot.
Look, I don't want to hear it anymore. I've already made my commitment, okay?
End of next week.
End of next week.
All right, you all hear it.
Now that could mean Saturday night at 11 o'clock p.m., you know.
You know, I would not put it past you to do that.
You never know, you know. These things take time.
I'm like a con artist.
But where's the con? There's no con.
You're like, no tricks, just candy.
Right. Ooh, piece of candy. All right. Yeah, I did have a little fluorine over here. I was processing some sodalite just to get raw silicon, which sounds kind of silly, actually. Where are we going to be getting raw silicon from? I feel like there's a crop that we're getting it from. There is a bee as well. Silicon bee. That'll actually probably be our main source of raw silicon. But you get it from a lot of different electrolyzed stuff. I was looking at this earlier. Oh, that's right, biotite. Yeah, so we're going to be electrolyzing biotite to get fluorine. And you just so happen to get raw silicon from that as well. The biotite you get from black granite. So we'll have black stone lilies for that. As you build ore processing line, you get a lot of oxygen from electrolyzables. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it gets to a point where the, sugar beets almost act in a supplementary way instead. And Kat, you could always set it up as someone who did it from the first time. It's pretty simple to follow along the wiki. I think Kat probably could set it up.
I just remember how unbelievably frustrated he was when he was first trying to set it up.
No, wait, I was?
Well, so
it just worked, right?
Originally, you were following like a years old video by Threefold.
Oh,
and
right.
It was like really outdated because they've changed a lot to it since then. So he was getting frustrated. And even though I logically know that and know that the wiki is easier, I still really remember how bad it was for you at the time. So it just put me off for just a little bit, but I don't know. I really do want to try and learn open computer stuff because I read that you can use open computers with bees, and I'm very, very curious about that.
That's an interesting idea. By the way, that wasn't Threefold's fault. That was just like they had changed the programming of the CropBot that much. And once I realized that, I was like, oh, okay, just look at the wiki. That's all I need to do. Yeah. All right, we are 80 seconds away from entering the Ivy Age.
Oh my goodness.
Let's freaking go. And I am going to need your assistance over here as soon as we do that, Cat.
Oh boy.
We got to turn in these loot bags.
Yep.
Okay, 60 seconds. I'm going to go get a beer real quick.
Oh, yeah. He has saved beer to crack open right when we hit IV to celebrate.
Let's freaking go. Exactly. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. There they go. They are all depleted. Let's turn this off. Go grab them. And then we throw them into centrifuge, right? Oh, thermal centrifuge. Okay. Actually, so at IV, I don't know if that's worth doing it right. You can get Krypton this way. It's such a small amount, though. I don't think that's worth it, right? Okay, yeah. Let's not get distracted. Throw these in. So this is a 25-second recipe. Let's go put our molten rubber away real quick. I did get that part of the quest, right? Let me double check. Okay, yep. It detected the fuel rods. Good. Okay. Oh, this is chlorine. Oh, I don't have room for the chlorine. Okay. Got an extra little place for it over here. There we go. Okay. Wait for Krypton B? Yeah, I think so. I think you can kind of rush the Krypton B to a certain extent, right? And look at that, Cat. Our first lutetium dust.
Oh,
the ever elusive lutetium.
Yep.
Unfortunately, there's no depleted uranium bullets. Well, we don't care about that. We got other plans.
All right, I am headed
Wait, what is
your
this?
way now.
Quad depleted thorium. Okay, sure. Okay, sounds good. Let's put this stuff away real quick. And, oops. Put those here. Put the drum away. Hello.
Hello.
All right. So, if you take a look at the EV chapter, open up your quest book. Okay, well, we're going to have to do some claiming. If you had claimed all those, there would be a check mark.
Whoops. Yeah, no, I meant to actually sit down with you before stream to go through these.
Oh my god, that's so many more EV loot bags. That's okay. We're not going to be able to enchant all those anyway. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, I'll go claim what I can. Is there anything in particular you want me to...
No, don't worry about it.
Get loot bags?
Nah. I mean, always loot bags, right? Yeah. But anyway, in the meantime, our new quest is opened up. Tier 5 IV. 1 IV machine hull, which I already have the recipe for this in the system.
You were ready to go.
Oh, I'm so ready to go. And there it is.
Oh boy. You did it. Oh, and there you
That's
go.
right. Feels freaking good. Congrats on tier 5ing. Feels like you only just did EV. Thank you.
Right?
Yeah, this definitely happened a lot quicker than I expected. And I think I just, like, I had false anticipations. I thought that more unlocked in EV than it actually does. Like I was showing earlier, especially with the GT++ machines, the real magic lies in IV. So, ooh, look at that. Ooh, look at that plat line. Juicy. Monazite. All right. Polybenzidimazole. Anybody like setting up chemical reactors? So that's going to be a lot of chemical reactors. But in the meantime, there we go. Our first IV loot bag. Uh-oh.
We're good.
Seems like you had nuclear poisoning.
Oh, because I have one of those
Oh,
things.
You have the amulet?
Yeah.
In your thing? Oh, okay, good. Good call. Just don't pick up a super tank with that on. You'll like
what?
You'll like really degrade the durability on the amulet if you pick up a super tank. It'll just keep draining the durability of it. That's my understanding anyway. Because the effects of the super tank are perpetual until you remove the super tank, right? So I try not to keep that amulet on my person unless I actually really need it. For that very reason.
Usually very good about removing all the liquid before I break apart a super tank.
Oh, okay. Okay, You've reached the beginning of the tutorial part of GTNH, Ivy. Yeah, exactly. I would not disagree with that. All right. We've got almost 4 stacks of EV loot bags. So, Cat.
Well, I'm claiming more.
Okay, well, you don't have to keep going. That's enough. It's gonna be more than we can handle, probably. Okay, I'm gonna take 4 stacks. Okay, I'm gonna give you 2 of these stacks. Okay.
Okay.
And because we don't have the IV assembler yet, the best that we can do is go to the reward chapter. The reward area chapter is the final chapter.
Okay.
And it's going to be the top right quest that's in red. That's in red, yeah. And you'll just keep clicking detect and claim. And sometimes it takes a while for the detect to become clickable again. But yeah. And yes, welcome to the most engaging part of our stream, where we click, 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 click. How are you all doing, by the way? How's everybody's day? Hope you all have been having a good week. It's been a very hot week.
Ridiculous. And this weekend it's supposed to get up to like 107.
Well, I have work on Friday night that is outside. Thankfully, I don't think it's going to be that bad at that time. But yeah, I've been like putting off yard work and stuff until this heat wave finishes. It's been crazy.
Smart to do.
But I think it's that way all over the country, right?
Maybe I haven't paid attention to the weather all over the country, but
I just hear other people complaining about it.
I feel like this is the hottest beginning of summer that I think we've ever had.
Maybe ever, yeah. I know one part of the state like hit a new record that like has been there since like 1930, something like that.
Oh, what was the record? Like, what's the new high?
Oh, I don't remember the numbers. I just wait, did I already do it? Wait, no. Okay. It's like, wait, that can't be the end already. All right. I actually don't know if I'm going to be able to enchant more than 64 of these, though.
Okay.
We'll see. Actually, what I should do, I should go ahead and come over here to Ivy Motors. And if I type in 64, yeah, it's going to use like 100% of the stuff that we have. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's fine though. We should get more motors and stuff in this whole process, so should be fine. Yeah, let's go ahead and get those making. Actually shouldn't take that long. I mean, I feel like it's been a long time since we opened loot bags, Kat.
It has been. I don't think we've opened any since
MV, I think.
Did we even open MV?
Oh, we did. Yeah, MV loot bags are really good. They have a chance of giving those really good like crossbow bolts, and there's like a lot of other stuff that they give that's really good.
That does sound familiar then. We were very hopeful for good crossbows.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's all of my loot bags. I've got 42.
Yours are so much faster. Mine keep like being grayed out.
Oh, yikes. All right, let's see. Oh, actually, I need to go grab a bunch of those fortune books.
Visit the golem.
Mm-hmm. He's just chillaxing. He's like, I've made enough of these freaking things. I'm done. I'm pretty sure these
are so cute though.
Oh yeah, they're really cool. And that work that Brochacho has done on that one,
that is so adorable.
Thing. If anybody hasn't seen this, it's on our it's in our Discord in the Minecraft section. Brochacho's been working on this really cool mod, like golems automatically being able to do Thaumcraft research, but in like a really
chalk.
Yeah, and with chalk like actually on the floor, and you can actually watch it happen. Like, it's actually insane how good it is.
Hey, do you have one more loot bag?
No.
I'll just go claim.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I put all these in the system. And go ahead and put whatever ivy bags you made. Just go ahead and put those in the system whenever you're ready.
In the system?
The IME system, yeah.
Okay. There they are.
Oh, it looks like it's waiting on the graphene wire. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, we're actually going to be waiting on that for a good while. But... Oh, there's Brochacho. Yo.
Hey, Brochacho.
Yeah, that whole mod is really, or that mod attachment or whatever is really coming along. Very, very cool. We've got 28 motors. I think I'm going to wait till we get 32. That way you and I can open 16. And then maybe at the end of the stream, we can open another 32.
Okay.
That'll be fun. Let's see. I'm just going to put a compressed chest. Let's see. Yeah, just waiting on 3 more. Almost there. While Cat continues to
claim the quests that I neglected.
Dude, that egg was so stupid. I'm never making another egg that way ever again. That was actually a lot of prep work. The mutagen was the hardest part of it. It was the 100 bacterial sludge that you had to get from Mars, and then you had to like process it 3 different ways before you finally got what you wanted. It's a little much. Yeah, Tell knows. Y'all had to do that too. The bee is so much easier. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Hey, so which one of these cables do you want? Tungsten or platinum?
Just get the tungsten, I guess.
Okay.
We do need that for motors, so. There you go.
And check ye off.
Check mark. Okay. One more motor. Come on. I'm definitely feeling it. I'm feeling ender chests and ender tanks. I think they're both going to happen.
We definitely need both of those.
All right. Here we go. 32 loot bags. All right. You ready, Kat?
Give me just a second.
You'll want to clean out your inventory for sure.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Oh, God. Just throw all those eggs, like, in a diamond chest up here or something. I don't want those clogging up the ME system.
Okay.
They're going to take, like, a type for each one. Wish you luck on the ender chest and tank rolls. Thank you very much. I feel confident.
You're like, it is happening. I'm willing it into the universe. All
We've been very, very patient with our loot bags. All right. There you go. 16. Oh, you got it?
I got them.
Okay. Cool. All right. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. And we just open them all at once.
All right.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. No ender chest or tank on me. What about you?
Yeah, no, I'm not really feeling any of the stuff that we got. We did get some Naquata ore.
Dude, Greg scammed us.
Yeah, this wasn't the best haul.
You did get transdimensional receivers, which is pretty good.
Did I overlook that?
I thought I saw that in your inventory. Yeah. There they are. Yeah. Steve's factory manager inventory cables. That's such a troll.
I do have some of these.
Yeah, ripperoni double pouch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we got some motors back. We got some robot arms, conveyor belts, some LUVs. What else we got here? Get some tungsten steel. I mean, that's probably like almost 3 stacks of tungsten steel ingots. If we melt those down, which is fine. Yeah, that's about it, honestly. Oh, some Lapitron chips. Those are nice. All right, well, we got one more loot bag opening later, and we will,
hopefully, those will be kinder.
Yeah. I'm gonna go melt all that tungsten steel into ingots, I think. Let's see. Yeah, the dimensional transceivers are quite good. Yeah. So I'll be able to use a third one. So we already have 2 made. I'll be able to use a third one over by crops. So at least our problem of sending items and stuff, that part will be solved. Like items from the void to the overworld. But yeah, a lot of this stuff is weak sauce, but yeah, we'll just throw it all in the system. What were the crates? One was polyphenylene sulfide, which I don't care about. Oh, styrene butadiene. Okay. Let's get a crowbar. Get that stuff out. All right. Yep, we'll have better luck next time.
Mm-hmm.
So in the meantime, we got our graphene, got our IV motors, loot bags. I think we're going to work on, you're going to hate this, 1 through 4 in IV. So we need a piston and we need a pump. See, tungsten steel rods, tungsten steel small gears. Okay. Let's work on that. And small gear. Let's go ahead and make, like, let's turn all these into rods. But that should be enough for our piston. Oh, we need plates. Okay. There we go. Electric piston. And finally, we need a pump. I think I'm going to have to make several things, actually. We need either styrene, butadiene, or silicon rubber rings. Let's take like a bunch of the styrene butadiene because we have so much of that stuff. And let's go to the fluid solidifier. Oh, that's going to take a minute. We also need to make rotors and screws. Let's see. See, rotor shouldn't take long. Yeah. And then we'll work on bolts. Yeah, that was almost 3 stacks of tungsten steel, so I wouldn't call the loot bag opening a win, but it wasn't a total loss either. And we're gonna have way more of those things too.
Yeah, I am looking forward to things being better on the next pull. I was kind of bummed.
I'm sorry. I hyped it up way too much. All right, almost done here. Okay. Let's make a ton of these rings so we shouldn't have to worry about this again for a while. I just need 2 of them for the pump. Let's see, we've got our rotors, we got bolts. Let's go to the lathe. Okay. And we should be able to make our pump now. Oh, that's right, we need normal pipe. Let's see. Extruder multi-block coming soon, by the way. Alright, there we go. Electric pump and quest. Yes. Nice. Okay. Oh, you got some enchanted EV loot bags.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and open those because we can't upconvert those. Ooh. Pistons, nichrome cable. I've never actually seen this before.
A nichrome table?
Cable.
Oh. I was like, what?
That's EV, 6 amps, 4 EU loss. Oh, okay, sure. All right, here we go. We've got that. We've got a couple quests that open up. Oh, we can just do a checkbox for this. Okay, sure. That opens up a ton of the different lines. But we'll be ignoring all that for now. Apparently this quest complete. Dude, why did this quest complete? That's so random. Saltpeter, potassium nitrate. I mean, okay, sure. I'll take the loot bag. But yeah, this is what we're really after. IV assembler. So let's see what we're... I'm not missing anything. We can just plain craft this straight up. All right, I will take it. IV assembler. Okay, and to power it, we do need gas turbine. These have horrible efficiency, but, you know, best we can do right now. But did that already craft? Oh, it did. All right, there we go. Turbo gas turbine 3. Nice. Okay, let's come over here. And platinum cable. This is IV cable. Okay. Double checking. Right. And should just be able to place that down. All right. So now, what do we want to craft with this? I feel like there was something else. The only thing that comes to mind right now is the HSSG. I believe it was 208 of this, right? That's inefficient IV gen. Yeah. Central power spine very, very soon, right? The HSSG coils are our literal gateway, making that a possibility. Let's see. Yeah, 26 of these, 208. Yeah. I think this is 208, right? Yeah. Okay. So let's throw that into the wire mill. Yes. I would need 624 mica. How many stacks is that? 9 3/4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we need 26 TPV. Oh, we don't have that. Uh-oh. I have gravely miscalculated. Failed to account for, even. Hopefully this stuff won't take too long. Platinum dust, we need 12. And then, what was it, vanadium? I have been processing a ton of, what is it, magnesium or magnetite vanadium or whatever that stuff is. Gets you the pure vanadium dust. Let's see, circuit 1. Okay. Wait, don't you want 2x cable, not 16? Oh, I'm just doing this because it's faster. And then you can just break this stuff down. See? Easy peasy. This is how I would process most of my wire, like especially earlier game. Because it was way faster than doing like circuit 1, 2, or even 4. It's actually faster than doing what? Yeah, it's kind of broken, actually. I'm not saying they should fix it, but yeah. It's not exactly intuitive, right? Let's put a sign on here real quick. Assembling machine IV. Can't believe I've been wasting so much time. Early game on 1xing wires. Yeah, hidden tech, right? It's pretty freaking sweet. Okay. Get out of here, tungsten. What do we want to do this on? I guess we'll do circuit 11. 125 seconds. Yeah. All right. That'll take a little time. That's okay, though. In the meantime, let's take a look at our checklist. We got the assembler. We're working on the coils right now. As soon as we get those coils, we'll replace the TPV coils, and then we'll start smelting probably the Ori Harukan. Let's see, do I have that stuff ready to go? Ori Harukan. Yeah, I do. Yeah. 72 times 5, I believe that's 320. Yeah, we can go ahead and get that. Wait, is that right? 2 times 5. 360. Ah. Okay. And we'll go ahead and put that up here for later. 360, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Didn't quite sound right. Yeah, that stuff is going to take a little while. What are you up to, Kat? What are you working on in the base?
So for part of the system that I set up, I need a lumber mill, and it got me thinking.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Why do you need that?
It helps make the growth medium. It's just part of the process.
Wait a minute. Isn't there like a much better way to make growth medium? It's the mixer recipe, right? So are you wanting mulch? Is that the thing?
Maybe that is the one I want.
You need sugar, bone, mulch, and wood ash.
Yes.
Wood ash is very trivial because you can just smelt saplings, right?
Yeah, I can just go to my witch farm and go grab a bunch of it.
Yeah. Mulch. You can put biochaff in a chemical bath. We do have a bunch of biochaff.
Anyway, so okay, I have to make the lumber mill, but there are these other quests that I needed to fill out and make these machines. So like I have to make the lumber mill anyway.
Oh, okay, and I got you. Yeah.
In my prior setup, I was using the lumber mill. So yeah, there might be something better, but it's like I have to make these anyway.
Okay.
Why not just go ahead and use those?
Sounds good to me. My spidey senses just go like, ooh, weird, obscure forestry machine. Do we actually really need that? But I understand your train of logic. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I really I want to complete all the quests.
Yes.
I need to make the machines.
Wait, niobium titanium. Don't we already have? We do have that. We just need a full stack of it. Okay. So there's something that's preventing me from making the alloy blast smelter. GT++ news and IV. Is that just like a checkbox quest? Oh, it is. Oh. Okay. Okay, so we can actually work on this right now. Do I want to do that though? You know what? I was complaining about the extrusion stuff earlier. Let's fix this. While we're waiting on that TPV for the HSSG coils, yeah, it's time to fix this problem for good. Because I'm tired of fiddling with all the little extruder molds and stuff. Yeah. So, let's see. What do we need? We need at least 14 reinforced Inconel casings. Okay. And then the controller block. So that is 60 Inconel 90. How do we make this? Nichrome, niobium, molybdenum, and chrome. Okay. That's pretty straightforward. Okay, let's do it. Let's see, chrome dust. We need 8. Niobium, 16. Niobium can be a pain point unless you have a proper ore processing, or in our case, we were able to get a ton from the chemical bath with sulfuric acid, putting ilmenite ore in there. That's worked out really well. Actually, speaking of which, I have a bunch of extra crushed ilmenite ore I wanted to get going. Yeah, there it is. Let's get that going, because that means more titanium. Although, no doubt, Kat, your titanium bee has been doing a lot of work.
Yeah.
So we probably have a ton of titanium dust just waiting to be smelted. We're definitely in that stage of like always waiting on the EBF at this point.
Yeah. Oh boy.
So that's why I was like kind of prepping the quad over there.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Doing that.
Just can't power it yet.
Well, we'll get there, and your future self will thank you for having that already prepped up.
Yeah, we might even get power on like next Sunday. Smelt times got hands. Yeah, yeah. Starts to get a little bit crazy. Once we make that Vulcanus, that's really going to pay dividends. We got the niobium. We need molybdenum. I've been getting a ton of molybdenum from the scheelite ore processing. That's been nice. And then nichrome. Okay. No circuit on this recipe. How long do these take? 37.5 seconds at HV. Okay. Okay. And we'll just throw this in here as well. That won't smelt until we get the TPV done, but that's okay. We can go ahead and keep working on the rest of the pieces of this extrusion machine. What else do we need? We need talonite. 28 talonite. Okay, yeah, let's put this in here properly. Here we go. So we need 30 talonite dust. So that is going to be 12 cobalt. Have a ton of now. Vulcanus me and more parallels and speed. Yeah, isn't it like 8 parallels or something like that? Yeah, 8 parallel. Yep. 10% less EU usage. Also, it says plus 120% speed. So does that mean like 220% the speed of a normal? I guess that what that means, right? 1.2 times the... Wait, no, not 1.2. 2.1 times the speed. Math. That's not right. Well, whatever. It's faster, okay? Let's see. Phosphorus dust. Yeah, I was looking at the Pyrotheum B earlier. Wasn't that one of the ones that I said, like, it doesn't really take much effort to get? That's going to be like the super easy solution to our problem. Energy and redstone. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is super easy. Nice. You hear that, Cat?
What?
Put that one on the docket.
What on the docket?
The Pyrotheum B. So the Pyrotheum B gives pyrotheum dust, which is what you need to fuel the Vulcanus. The Vulcanus is like a GT++ upgraded electric blast furnace. And it runs at like 8 times parallel. So it can like do 8 recipes at once.
All right, I've got that tree saved.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
It I don't think it is going to be that hard.
No, it's just several that I have to breed to get there, and they're all on the...
Like, we've got the redstone. I think it was just the energy that had a couple, like, demonic and furious.
I've got demonic.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I have embittered.
Yeah.
So I've got that down, and I'm not sure if I've got furious. But I know I've got demonic.
Wait, what the heck? Embittered. Oh, I guess you find embittered naturally in the nether, like from a hive, I guess.
Okay.
There's no breeding recipe for it.
I wonder, I might have some up there in that chest. Like, I tried to keep all the nether bees like up there.
Pyrotheum bee works for a long while. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Like, hoping to just be able to scale that bee, right? Just that way we don't have to worry about like the dust recipe, like no in-betweens. Yeah, that'll be super nice. We also need, of course, we need yet another weird metal. Ivy is going to be the age of like weird alloys. There's so many different stupid things. We need stabaloy. Let's see. It's also a vacuum freezer thing. Uranium-238 and titanium. Okay. Okay, so 27 uranium-238, 3 titanium. Pretty easy. Suddenly, Cat, I'm seeing the great benefits of having them multi-block mixer.
Right?
As I'm mixing all of these bullshit alloys together.
Mm-hmm. I swear I have to do that like all the time.
Yeah.
I've been sitting here like, all right, multi-block mixer, come on.
We'll put it near the top of the list. In fact, that might be the thing I make after the extruder.
Okay.
Okay, we'll pop that in as well. All right. Anything else we can do on our list? I guess we can make the actual IV block. We need, oh no. We need 4x TPV alloy wire. Well, I guess we need more TPV than I thought, huh? Okay. I just wanted a multi-block extruder. I thought it was going to be easy. Actually, what does the mixer look like? I seem to remember this multi-use casing being kind of annoying. You need stabaloy, zirconium carbide. Oh, yeah. So I did recall the need for zirconium. I did not remember what for. It's to make this multi-use casing, which you use for quite a few different multi-blocks. So this stuff, like you can just smelt the dust. The dust you make from zirconium dust and carbon dust. The only real way you get zirconium that I know of is by sifting things like tin and cassiterite. Thankfully, however, ever since I got that multi-block sifter, we've got 2,600 zirconium dust.
Wow.
You hear that, Bart Works? We're prepared for you. Old Bart's not going to fool us this time. If you have a tin bee, use the purified tin ore you get from the comb and sift it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
I didn't even think about trying to sift those combs.
Well, you can't sift the combs, but when you put the combs through, so those combs, I think you have the option of either centrifuging them or putting them through the chemical reactor. If I'm remembering correctly. Now, let me confirm that. Yeah, so you get the tin comb. And yeah, you can either put it through the centrifuge, you get 60% chance of tin dust, or you can put it through the chemical reactor with hydrochloric acid, and you get guaranteed purified tin ore. So the chemical reactor actually has better returns. Geez, that's a lot, yeah. Yeah. As you can tell, in a previous playthrough, I did encounter this problem, so I was prepared. Might be more than we'll ever need for at least a really long time. But hey. We're doing good on tin. Not doing so hot on copper. Although I know you got a copper bee up and running in the void, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
We've already got a lot of dust. Do I need to, like, bring some over here?
I can come over and look. I'm kind of just waiting on stuff anyway, so. Go check things out over here. Oh, 629. That's nice. I'm going to go ahead and grab all that.
I'd go for it.
What else we got going on here? Yellow dye. Oh, that's from the saffron, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Beeswax is no longer a problem, apparently.
Nope.
We're actually out of beeswax to make alvearies. I couldn't believe it. I was like, really? This is the bottleneck?
Now the big bottleneck is just honey. I just cannot make enough honey.
Yeah, more saffrons.
Yeah.
Let's see. Chromium. We already have 537 chromium. Jeez. So you get chromium ore. What do you do with this? I guess you thermal centrifuge it. Okay. Well, it's definitely nice to not have to worry about chrome dust ever again.
Right. Uh-oh.
But you do have to... You do need hydrofluoric acid, and we are not plentiful on the fluorine, so... what's wrong?
I was getting a spinning wheel on my screen, so I was worried I was going to crash.
No bueno. Okay. Time to activate the standing desk. I'll be right back.
Oh, how interesting. I never made one of these before. These floral bees. I guess pretty much a Botania bee. It's pretty cool.
Oh, I haven't seen that one before.
Yeah, I haven't either. I was trying to look up fluorine to see if there was a bee for it, but I can't even spell it
fluorine,
right.
There is. It's very kind of like the auction bee. It's a very obscure one to get.
Well, how do I spell that?
Fluorine.
Yeah, that is weird.
So yeah, it's like you have to get the dragon essence thing, the supernatural, ethereal. Yeah, it's a whole.
That is a good bit off.
I mean, undoubtedly we'll get to that, but honestly, we're probably going to be relying on crops for fluorine, chlorine, oxygen, and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well.
Yeah, thank you, Dragonoid.
Yeah, thank you very much.
The spelling of that, even though I know better, still gets me every now and then as well. Let's see if we can at least craft some of this other stuff. Yeah. And then we need 2 more pistons. Oh, looks like we're going to be out of pistons. Let's go ahead and make a couple small gears.
Nether quartz rod.
Oh, do we not have any of those?
Mm-mm.
So you should be able to make a recipe for that. If you hit A, you can add it to your...
A?
Yeah.
While hovering over it?
Yeah. That'll add it to your favorites, and then you can make a recipe with that. You exit. We have a lathe that you should be able to send. Yeah, exactly. Now, when you're making that recipe, you want to click out the dust because we don't care about that. It's just a byproduct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And there you go. It helps the British pronounce it fluorine. Did I say it right?
That sounds more like German or something.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Yeah. Whoops. Fluorine. Why does everybody in Europe pronounce things incorrectly? I don't understand it.
Well, I mean, technically, Europe is older than America is, so...
Okay, well, actually... Oh. Well, who won the war? Okay.
Oh my gosh, you went there.
That's right. That's what I'm. Hell yeah, brother.
You are ridiculous. Okay, well, I will come back for that. I was trying to make some storage buses, but they're going to take flipping forever.
Are they? Oh, well, the lathe is the lathe is pretty slow. Yeah. Also, you've got 2 of these crafts going at the same time.
2?
Yeah, I guess you ordered it twice. That's what it looks like anyway.
Oh, I thought, well, it says up here crafting 4 ME storage bus. So I thought that it was like 4 ME storage, like a drive or something. So I left it alone. So okay, yeah, I'll cancel one of these.
Whatever.
This one. That one's stupid.
We'll use them, that's for sure.
Yeah.
The one that's so funny is that they call us weird for calling it soccer instead of football. When originally it was the British that... Wait, I actually didn't know that. They used to call it soccer themselves.
Why did they change it?
What a bunch of hypocrites, man. That's funny. We can say all this because they're asleep right now. They'll never know.
Is that how that works? You know, with VODs and everything.
Is that how what works?
Because they're asleep, they won't know.
Yeah, exactly. There's no record of the stream on the internet, right?
That's what I was trying to say is, you know, there are VODs.
I mean, yeah. Who's watching those? How much of this did we need? Oh, I guess 26, right? Okay. Yeah, we're almost there. All right. I will be right back, Kat, okay?
Okay. I am trying to work on this. Now, as we found out, I think it was yesterday, you've got to use these chest buffers on these forestry machines. Setting that up really fast. Probably could have just pulled more wood right out of there, but oh well. Rat. Hurt. There it is.
Well, that's such a funny animation on that machine. What the heck?
Yeah, it's a lumber mill.
You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of like your little cozy farm games like Kinseed, where like the little saw is like going through the thing.
I can totally see how you see that.
For those who don't know the deep lore behind this channel, this was originally just supposed to be for like Kinseed and Stardew Valley and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then, was it you who had the idea of us playing GTNH on stream, or was that me?
Yeah, it was me.
Little did you know.
It was going to take over.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But no real regrets. I like that it's like something that we can do together.
Exactly. Yeah, y'all are just along for the ride for our marriage quality time together.
sweet. I got this up and running just fine.
What's that? The lumber thing?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. So do you end up using all three of those things, those outputs, or get to avoid some of them, or? I guess the planks are useful, right? But
the planks can be. I mean, what's kind of funny is downstairs we have, I think it's, is it the lathe or the macerator? I don't remember which one turns like the log into the plank. Is it just a is it a cutting machine?
Cutting machine, yeah.
Okay. So I've got a cutting machine down there, and what I could do is get rid of that cutting machine and just take from this to supply the lathe with the planks.
Or you can have both. So what you can do is you can put a storage bus on that as well and set it to like a lower priority than the cutting machine, and that way it takes from this first before it takes from the cutting machine. Or vice versa if you want, whichever you want it to take from first. And, it's a little bit confusing with applied energistics, but like when you're extracting from a storage, it's going to always extract from the lower priority first.
Yeah.
Whereas it's going to store in the higher priority first.
Well, I can't believe it. I think it went. I cannot believe that it would have gone through all that wood already. Yeah, no, it didn't.
Can you move your mic a little closer?
Oh, my face is like right here on it.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Well, maybe that's my bad then. Whoopsie. Let me adjust.
Wood.
Here we go.
It's no power. Oh well. I have enough of it right now, so it's not the biggest deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a minor, like, adjustment, really.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you really looking for? Like the saw chips or whatever those things are?
Bark.
Bark, That's what turns into mulch, right?
Yes. So I mean, I could have technically brought over the peat bee.
Mm-hmm.
And the peat bee gives mulch.
Oh,
so
well,
I could have done that, but
that sounds way easier.
Yeah, I had to make the machine for the quest anyway, so I'm giving it a use.
Okay, all right. No, I understand.
And my alvearies are totally important real estate at the moment, so I don't want to give it up for that.
Yeah. I remember there was a lot of stuff in the various voltage chapters that, because we're being completionist, I would complete, and I would never normally set those things up, but I did anyway.
Yep.
Dude, I never would have set up biodiesel. It wasn't for our challenge. I think I still would not set it up normally anyway. The one thing that was nice from it was the acetic acid. I'm trying to think what else from it was good. You did get some ammonia, which is okay, but it's not going to take you very far. The methane gas was nice because we weren't getting it anywhere else. Like I wasn't doing oil processing yet, so or like the advanced oil processing. The methane gas was cool. The fertilizer is kind of neat too.
I mean, but
you've been using that.
Yeah, at least now, like, you have more of a feel for the different types of energy and if you want to use them in the future.
I would still go benzene. Yeah. I mean, if I was going to, like, fully focus on, like, CBD and hog, then, yeah, I might still do biodiesel. But I found the fish oil part of it to be very annoying.
But they give so much stuff. Like,
They
I cannot
do,
believe.
but it still wasn't keeping up with production. Even 36 of these things was still not. I really think you just need to focus on seed oil and just like scale that instead. Especially with like how good pumpkins are. For hog, biodiesel is almost required. Yeah, exactly. Never done hog personally, but I've looked at the whole thing and yeah.
I really don't like that.
I was kind of musing whether we would do hog in our world or not. I don't think so. Zoo high time. Yeah, that is true. I was looking at that earlier. Once we get the alloy blast smelter. Where is it? It's right here, right? Yeah. But I think I will make this just because the fish catching stuff has been such a meme in this world that, why not? I am curious about this thing. Circuit 14 for fish, circuit 15 for junk, circuit 16 for treasure. Okay. Interesting. I'm kind of curious what the junk and treasure are now. Is that any good? Okay. Oh. We have achieved the requisite number of TPV alloy. Fluid extract this real quick. You could have told me that out loud, Kat.
Oh.
She messaged me saying, I keep hearing you put down your beer. Sorry, everybody. I'm just getting very enthusiastic. I'm almost done with it anyway, so.
Okay.
Let's go to our IV. Assembling machine, circuit 3, and boom. 30 seconds each. Okay, so yeah, that's going to take like 13 minutes. I'm curious how much benzene it's using. Is the throughput of our pipe enough? Like, I've been using small pot and pipe up to this point to transport benzene everywhere. And I kind of been wondering, like, once you get to IV, like, how bad is the benzene usage? Looks like it's using... Can't quite tell. Like, I see the number 544. So is it using like... 144. Is it using like 400 something per half second or something like that? It might almost be using the entire throughput. Well, maybe not. Maybe like half of the throughput. Well, anyway, this isn't going to be an issue much longer, regardless.
Oh, looky here, a bunch of wood ash in the system. Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, because I saw how easy the recipe was when I was trying to make my own growth medium, I just like batched a ton.
Yeah. No, like I've got a bunch over by Witchery too, but since it's here, might as well.
450-ish, yeah, it seemed about like that, but it almost seemed like it was going through that like twice a second. Yeah, I don't really know. That stuff is kind of difficult to measure. Does it... I don't think it really even tells you in the tooltip, right? If I were to look up gas turbine, 24 pollution per second, fuel efficiency, yeah, it doesn't really tell you anything.
lag.
Oh well. Not a big deal. I could go ahead and start looking at the alloy blast smelter as well. I'm gonna need this for a lot of different things. Let's see. You need IV alloy smelter, obviously. You need some of that zirconium carbide. You need 16 blast smelter heat containment coil. Okay. You need, looks like around 10 of the casing. Let's see. 10, 16. Oh, more stabaloy. Okay. I do love this pin system, but you do have to like really branch out a lot of these recipes, like all the little sub recipes, to get it to show you what you need. It's kind of a minor complaint, though. I don't know how they would ever fix that. Let's see, zirconium carbide, and that. There we go. We need 84 zirconium carbide. Wait. Is this calculating correct? I don't even know if this is calculating correctly. I don't think it is. We need more than... Oh, it's 84. Okay, I can't. Literally can't see. Okay. I just realized nobody can see what I'm doing here. Just adding all these recipes to the favorites thing, so I can figure out how much we need. Stabaloy and zirconium carbide. It's like 96 stabaloy. Okay. But we can go ahead and take care of the zirconium carbide. In fact, we can like make a bunch of this, right? This is very cheap. Carbon dust. Make like 4 stacks of this. Because as we demonstrated earlier, we got so much zirconium. It really doesn't matter. Circuit 12. There we go. Good evening. What's up, Nova? Of course we missed you. Always miss you. You did miss us getting to IV, however. And we just crossed the threshold about an hour ago. Started the whole thing off by opening 32 IV loot bags. We got 2-dimensional transceivers, like 3 stacks of tungsten steel, some motors and pistons, no ender chests and no ender tanks. We're a little bit bummed out by that, but we have another 32 that we can open toward the end of stream, so we're going to try one more time. Yeah, the transceivers will come in handy. So we already made 2 by hand. So there's one in the overworld, there's one at the Biva temple, but we're also going to need one near crops, so they'll still come in handy for sure. But yeah, right now basically we're instead of really being focused on the IV page, we did make the assembler so that we can make our first HSSG coils. So we're working on those right now, and then spending most of our time, though, looking at the GT++ chapter. This was my biggest impetus for us moving to IV as soon as possible. It's all of these multi-blocks here. So right now we're working on the extrusion machine. Just going to be a huge quality of life boost. Mixer is also going to be really nice. We definitely need the electrolyzer to process a ton of those crops, aforementioned. Just do a small tin item pipe across the dimension. I had already been planning to do something like that. But if we have another dimensional transceiver, then you know, whatever. Just use that. Wire mill, that's gonna be really nice as well. Lots of good stuff. Vulcanus. So as soon as we get the Pyrotheum bee, we're probably gonna get an early Vulcanus. That's gonna be super nice. And as prohibitive as the cost is for this thing, we're probably gonna get an LPF. Primarily for the laser engraver functionality. Because not being able to automate those wafers at this point is a little bit annoying. So that'd be a big quality of life. If you've never seen the recipe for that thing, though, yeah, it's like 6 different IV machines, the project table, which is a whole awkward craft in and of itself. Nothing insurmountable, but yeah, very, very tedious machine to make. But right now, we're just waiting on those coils, which should speed up all these other, like, so to make the extruder, you need like 3 different alloys. These GT++ multi-blocks start to become really intense with this stuff. Need to get some more mining done on the moon. Might get enough together to get a multi-ore washer. Nice, yeah. That one's not too hard to make. We're getting into other multi-blocks. Still totally worth it though. Yeah, because the single block ore washers are pretty slow, right? So that'd be nice. I assume you've already got a multi-sifter, right? If you haven't made the multi-block sifter, definitely make that. That's been highly worth it. And especially in conjunction with the ore washer. Yeah, that's going to be super nice. I actually found the sifter really useful for getting like nether quartz and Certus quartz, which of course you end up using a ton for applied energistics. So, yo, there's the man, the myth, the legend. Geronimo coming in with the raid. Thank you very much. Geronimo has gotten the new computer, so he's back to streaming. Definitely good to see. Were you able to make your Grandmaster energy absorber finally? There was a little mishap where, if y'all ever doing Thaumcraft and you look up Cognitio, right? So you got Cognitio, and then you've also got Strontium. Strontio. Yeah, these look really, really freaking similar. So about that, oh no.
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah, that is definitely a super easy mix-up to make. So the first crafting attempt when I was over there was a fail, but I could have easily made the same mistake, you know. You finally got it? Okay, good. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Y'all need to go follow Geronimo if you haven't already. It's got a killer base.
Yeah, his build is really awesome.
Yeah. Also in the EV chapter, so pretty close to where we are right now. A lot of fun stuff happening there. Yeah, I love that Cognitio and Strontium are brain and stupid stupid brain, yeah. That's so funny. Only failed twice, wasted half a stack of EV circuits. It's just half a stack. That's easy, right? I assume you've got, I'm like half joking, right? Because I assume you have circuits on Autocraft at this point. I hope you do. That was like a huge quality of life boost. The moment that we got a little wireless AE in here. Got our circuit assembler on AutoCraft. One of the first things I want to do once we get our power sorted out, like our main power spine, I want to make a processing array, and I want to like get 4 of these things in there. Because circuit crafting, even though we have it automated and it's nice, it's also still a little bit slow. Definitely need to scale that up. Gonna be so nice to have tomorrow off. Heck yeah, Cole. Days off are so good. Is wireless AE in the quest book? It is. I don't think I actually even completed the quest on it because it was gated by something else. It is down here, and it even references the clean room specifically. So it's next to the wireless setup thing here. You don't actually need to get this security terminal and stuff to make the wireless work. Yeah, if you click this quest here, ME in your clean room is the name of the quest, and it tells you to make the wireless setup kit, which is basically just like the wand that binds 2 of these blocks here, these wireless connectors. And the EU cost for this is very minimal. I think, yeah, it says power used 15 AE per tick, and then probably another 15 on the block over there. So, yeah, very, very little. Totally worth it. It does carry 32 channels. Yep. Can you use P2P channels with it? I mean, theoretically, you should be able to carry your P2P subnet through that, right? We're not doing that. We're just like, we don't need a ton of channels in the clean room, so I'm just sending 8 channels through it. But you can send 32, and you should be able to send a subnet through it. I don't see why not. Only need for the security terminal is the handheld wireless terminals. Yeah, exactly, Tell. Yeah. No, I don't. Been scared to scale AE without the GEA. What is the GEA? I can't recall what GEA stands for. Oh. HSSG coils completo. All right, let's go fix this. Grandmaster. Oh, right, of course. The big block of the day, right? Yeah, it can. Yeah, the power requirements at that stage of the game can get a little bit out of control, right? We definitely had to keep adding HV amps to our network. I think we're running off of 5 at the moment. It's not too bad at this point, but for doing that for the clean room though, that should be a very, very cheap cost. So doing that wireless, for example, like I was saying, like cost 15 to 30 EU max, maybe not even that much, because that was being measured in terms of AE power, which I think it's a 1-to-2 ratio. 2 AE per tick equals 1 EU per tick, I think. Regardless, I would highly recommend getting those on AutoCraft ASAP. Like I was saying earlier, they can be slow, but obviously you would need to get the SMDs on AutoCraft as well, which we do have. You don't get access to an early assembling machine multi-block. But in EV, you can make the processing array. It's just a bunch of tungsten steel mainly. And this has just one EV assembling machine in here. But we're able to use multiple dual interfaces. So we got circuit 1, we got circuit 2, circuit 3, circuit 8 on here. And that'll carry you pretty far. So, especially the circuit 3, so we're able to make all of our SMDs automatically. The only thing that you won't really be able to automate is the wafers and the chips that come from those wafers, which is why I was looking at GT++. I was looking at the LPF, which you can't make this until IV, and it's very expensive. But the machine type, the third machine type there in the tooltip, laser engraver. That's what we'll be using our first one for. Are clean rooms multi-blocks? Do they have to be built out? They are in multi-blocks indeed. So they have their own controller block. So underneath this little howler alarm here, there's a clean room controller. And so just like other multi-blocks, you also have to give it like an energy hatch and power. Because there's like a little efficiency percentage in the tooltip here. And you want to make sure that you're at 100% all the time. Otherwise, you might void items that are being made inside the clean room. And so this, as you can see, uses 4 EU per tick. So it is constantly using power, but, you know, a very small amount. And you can make this bigger. Yeah. How big can you make it? I guess 15 by 15, right? I don't know why you would ever do that, but unless you're the Hive. And a masochist. Well, if you play on the Hive, then you're a masochist by definition, so. Volan showed me a 6 setup for automating tantalum with Thaumcrack. Yeah. I saw that Volans was posting that around. That is super nice. I'm tempted. Because whenever I put tantalum into the recipe for my SMDs, you eventually run out, right? And then you have to switch over to a different recipe. It's super annoying. But with that setup, you never have to worry about it again, right? So I am tempted. Oh, can you dupe gallium the same way? That's interesting. We are getting gallium, a pretty nice supply of it. It's not a lot here right now, but from bauxite slurry. So if you're getting bauxite from the moon or other planets, if you do the bauxite slurry line, it's a short line. It's like 3 machine processes. You get quite a bit of gallium from that. So much gallium, in fact, that I'm not afraid to make the vanadium gallium cables as like the main backbone of our base. This is what we're going to make. 16 max amps at LUV, 2 EU loss per block. Pretty good. Clean room's a cool idea. Do they have airlocks to get it? They do. The cheaty way that the cheaty way that we're doing it is elevator. So you can put an elevator block in the floor, and you can just do this and avoid the air block entirely. But you can put a reinforced door like this, then have a little button and go in and out that way. It will lose a little small percentage of efficiency. I don't know how much, but I think it's very small. And so that'll have to build back up. I think it probably only takes a couple seconds realistically. But yeah, it is very much like simulating that airlock type functionality of like a real clean room, right? So very cool. I like the clean room a lot. Big pain to make when you get to it in HV, but it definitely gets style points, right? You can use the IC2 and reinforced door, but opening it loses clean room efficiency. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I feel like they should not make those elevators work the way they do, right? But I don't know how they would stop it. Don't use the traveler staff or the end sword to get it. Yeah, exactly. Actually, speaking of which, we really should make those traveler's rods for both me and Kat.
What do the traveler's rods do?
So, you know how in order to see the other travel anchors, you have to be standing on one? Well, if you're holding the staff of traveling in your hand, you can see the other travel anchors without having to stand on one, and you can teleport to any of them.
Well, that is cool.
Mm-hmm. It also lets you teleport like a couple of blocks in a certain direction. So you can actually like teleport between like floors. Like if you're wanting to like get down somewhere.
Oh, well, that's
like to
nice.
a basement, you could just like point down with the traveler's wand and just, you know, bloop.
There.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been able to make this for quite some time actually. Probably do this. I've been holding off on this the same way I've been holding off on Traveler's Anchors myself. But it's time. Let's see, rods. There we go. Ooh, I think I am going to need 2 Enderman souls, though. So I'm going to have to go check that out. In the Momo.
Momo, you're so funny.
Oh, still waiting on CPU. Wait. Why are we waiting on CPUs? Oh, I forgot to take this shit out of the cutting machine. Oh my gosh. I even made myself a verbal reminder to go get that. And I forgot. Let's see, forgetting that clean room efficiency after opening the door can be super costly. I would know from experience. Oh no. I've definitely done the same. In fact, I did that in this world. I forgot to put a howler alarm. Okay, no, I didn't forget to put a howler alarm. I was lazy and didn't put a howler alarm. And I did not know that the efficiency had gone down. And there was maintenance, so. Circuits can fail to craft, which, if it's your first couple of a new tier, could be super sad. Exactly. Yep. That's about when it happened to us as well. Lesson learned. Always make the howler alarm.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Do we have any vibrant crystals? We do. Nice. Let's go get 2 Endermen real quick. Oh god, hello. Enderman right in my face as soon as I transport in. Oh, hello? Oh. Get over here. Get in my vial. Alright. Is that a to-do list by the AE terminal? It is.
It's just one of his to-do lists.
Yeah, there's pick that thing up real quick. There is 22 pages on this to-do list. So I've been using this since early MV maybe. Let's see. Let's go back. Yeah, Botania, light oil processing, glowstone farm. Oh, that's so cute. Those were the good old days. MV auto miner. And how far we've come. Biodiesel. Ender pearl to nitrogen. Wow, I was thinking about that a long time ago. Wow. Extreme entity crusher, which I X'd out the moment I realized we needed EV. Bauxite slurry. QED. Tungsten steel. Yeah. Come a long way. Oh, and HSSG coils. Check.
Oops.
I've only seen 1 peck in my world. Can't remember if I killed it or not. Oh yeah.
I've seen so many of those things.
Yeah, I do have 2 peck foragers here. There was a reason I picked those up. I can't remember what it was.
Can't we trade with them?
Maybe. I'll just stick them in this chest over here. You never checked off benzene. How are you getting power? Wait, did I not? Hold up. Oh, I didn't check off the egg. Nuclear quests. Yeah, we did that. Yeah, you must make sure that all these are checked. Lapitrano crystals. I don't know what Lapitrano crystals are, but I guess we got them. Wait. HV snips. Well, we did get those eventually. Benzene. There we go. All fixed. You need to trade with them to get the Peck Wand focus. Oh. Specifically the Peck Mage. Okay. What does the Peck Wand focus do? I'm sure we've talked about this before, Tel. My brain cannot hold all of the knowledge. 540 Eglin for the shifting machine. Yeah, but Eglin's pretty easy to make, right? And you get to smelt it directly in the smelter. So, no EBF required. So, it's not that bad. Raw silicon, carbon, sulfur, canthal dust. Yeah, you need a decent amount of canthal, right? Invar iron. It's a lot, but totally doable. I love that list, yeah. It helps keep my brain organized. If I don't have a list for the stream, I'm totally lost. I don't know what to do. Are solar panels still OP? No, solar panels are garbage. As far as I understand, they're way too costly for the amount of power that you get from them. That is my understanding. I even remember trying to make solar panels back in like 2.1. I don't even know if they were worth it back then. It's the base of a couple of the other late wand focuses. Okay. Like in real life, yeah. Kind of, I guess. I don't know. Are solar panels good these days? Maybe they are. Mostly offensive ones, though, so not really needed unless doing all quests. Well, I mean, it would be fun to check out still, right? Look up Peck's Curse. Oh. Okay. The Peck's Curse is a rare wand focus, which cannot be crafted by the player. It can only be obtained from a Peck thaumaturge, either by trading or killing it for the drop. 0.1 per Decio per... Okay, pretty cheap. Fire a small ball of energy with a bright bluish green trail. That missile is affected by gravity, so the shots need to be arced. Okay. I mean, why not, right? Sounds cool. I remember when I played in 1.6.4, they were OP. Yeah, like it depends on the mods, right? There were some mods where solar panels were pretty good. Yeah, GTNH not so much. They're hard to make. You can't get them for free from loot games anymore. Ah, yeah. Well, even more of a reason not to worry about them, right? I remember running several bases in various mod packs, like almost entirely off of solar panels. Let's see. Let's get this other one going. And I think we have the HV circuits. Let me double check. HV, yep. All right. One staff of traveling coming up. And there is an RF requirement for this cat.
Mm-hmm.
But it should be charged up via the wireless chargers that we already have in place.
Okay.
So, should be easy. I'd rather a complicated power source anyhow. Yeah, I mean, like, power... And GTNH follows this to a certain extent. Power should be something you have to really work for. And, like, should not be a set it and forget it and never have to mess with it again, right? Like, you should be having to scale it up. You should be able to... Or you should have to, like... I guess it's debatable whether you should have to worry about, like, resources over time for it. I mean, that's one of the, like, the draws of benzene, right? You just set it and mostly forget it. Whereas oil, you have to constantly supply it. Yeah, it should be a challenge at least. Some mod packs are good at that. Some of them, yeah, not so much. Right, got our other Ender Crystal. And Staff of Traveling Uno, Dos. Oh yeah, and they charge up pretty quickly as well. Well, I say that. I thought they were charging quickly, but maybe not. Oh well. Where are you, Kat?
I'm in the Biba Temple.
Okay. Can you submerge? Sorry, what?
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to use the Ender Fluid conduit for the first time. Is this what it looks like?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can, color code them like item conduit.
Okay.
Can you submerge a reactor in water to cool it? I don't know if that's a thing in GTNH. I'm trying to think if I've ever done that in any mod pack before. Huh. I do have to say though, Cole, like, I know you haven't played GTNH, but I know you've watched plenty of it. I'm very big on like the old, like I'm a big like 1.4.7 like FTB Ultimate, is like where like I get the most sentimental about things, right? I mean a lot of 1.12 packs as well, but 1.7 stuff like that. GTNH very much fulfills that kind of like that old feeling of like, ooh, this feels like one of those old mod packs, but then also it's like without like all the jank that those old mod packs had,
All the jank.
They had a lot of jank. Trust me.
Great terminology.
How can I get back there? Oh, right here. Hello.
What do you need?
Well, came over to bring you a Prezi.
A Prezi?
Oh, not that.
Where you are. Oh, the Staff of Traveling.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, very cool.
You have to hold shift to...
Yeah, I'm pressing shift.
Yeah.
Very, very cool, though. Thank you
very
very
nice,
much.
Right? Yeah.
Yes. Keep that on my person.
I feel like they don't take as much power as I thought they did, though. 4% per... Maybe it depends on like how far you travel. Yeah. Nice. That's getting a permanent spot on my bar.
Right.
You definitely have to try it, Cole. Like 100%. You should just pester Sean to let you into his world and just start going ham. I liked original AE, never got around to learning AE2. It pissed me off. Oh no. Yeah, I think AE2 is more complicated than AE1, right? I never got to fully experience AE1, but that's my overall impression. Okay. Oh. We are all done with all of the alloys and stuff.
Nice.
Is multi-block extruder happening today? I think it might.
Heck yes.
Right. Before we mess with that, though, let's go ahead and get our Ori Huracan going. We can make those turbines. Because we basically have the large gas turbines complete. Did those dynamo... Oh, I did never make those. Okay. That's right. I needed nat coolant. Okay. We'll put a pin in that. And come back to that. Meanwhile, let's see. What all did we need? I think all of the Inconel 690 gets made into plates. Okay. What else? Looks like the Talonite gets made into plates as well. And I think... Yeah, the Stabaloid gets made into frames. Okay. And then we also needed TPV for something. Ah, the wire. That's right. Okay. That's what we needed to make the single block IV extruder. Okay. And then into 4X, and let's see if we can get this going. Yes. IV extruder. Nice. What else? What do we need to make the controller block? Okay, we do need IV circuits. Let's go and get those started. What else? We need 2 IV pistons. We can make. Perfect. Okay. So we're just waiting on the circuits, and then we need the Inconel 690, which should already be just about complete. You're going to love being able to autocraft this stuff, Kat.
Oh, yeah. I am very happy about that.
Yep. Still waiting on the circuits. Okay. What else do we need? Well, we're going to need a couple different things. I think it requires a muffler. Yes. Let's make that. We also need a maintenance hatch. Okay. What else? What are we gonna run this at? Let's future-proof it, and we'll go ahead and run it at EV energy. And actually, I'm gonna super cheat on this, and because we're running low on that nat coolant, I do need to solve that problem. But yeah, we're just gonna steal one of these 8 EV energy hatches that I'm not using right now. It's fine. We'll replace it.
It's fine.
Yeah, I probably went a little bit overboard when making that quad EBF that I can't even run yet. There are like 8 energy hatches sitting there, not doing anything. Let's see, we're going to need an EV gas turbine to run this as well. Go ahead and order that. We're going to want a ton of input buses. So I need to do a little math here. So 3 times 5, 15 times 3, that's 45. Minus 3 hollow blocks, that's 42. Minus the controller is 41. Minus the energy hatch is 40. Minus 14 casing is 26. Minus maintenance is 25. Minus muffler is 24. Minus output bus is 23. So theoretically, we could put 23 input buses on this. Like, that would be easily enough for practically every extruder thing, right? Let's go ahead and request like 22 of these, and then for the output bus we can make in. So I did encode this recently, the output bus ME. So I think this causes less lag because you end up not having an output bus like into an ME interface. It just kind of acts as like one whole thing, which is super nice. Super cheat. I like to think of it as resourceful borrowing. Let's go ahead and try to solve this NAC coolant thing real quick. So we need liquid sodium. I think we had an MV fluid heater, right? Yeah, right here. Which is not hooked up to power. Do we have any more MV superconductor? We do. Nice. Output bus. I mean, you can also infinitely cache. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now, I mean, in a lot of these auto crafting cases, that's probably not going to be relevant, right? But that can be useful for like ore processing, stuff like that. There we go. Okay. Let's see. We'll need 2 aluminum fluid cells. Encoding patterns is a pain in the rear. Cole, I love encoding patterns. I don't know what it is. I'm like, yes, another thing I will never have to do by hand again. Fantastic. Now, you know, ask me again in a couple hundred more hours. Maybe it'll be annoying by then, but has not lost its luster yet. Let's see. So we're going to put this in a distillery. We do have an HV distillery, I think, right? Or no, even better, we have an EV one. We had to make... Normally, I would never make an EV distillery. Like, that sounds stupid, right? But I had to make this for the mutagen stuff. This is one of the steps in the process. Already at 7x7 clean room inside. Oh, that's nice. That's a good size. Bump up to 9x9. Organize it a little better. Move the entire clean room to a more accessible location. Sounds like a good plan. I don't think I've ever made larger than 7x7. I've actually isn't this one 5x5? Right? Now, 5x5 has carried us pretty far. But I totally understand wanting more space. Oh, there's some extra lubricant. Don't mind if I do. Okay. Don't mind encoding patterns too. It's just like a finally I'm here still. Exactly. That's exactly it. There we go. Okay, how's our other stuff going? Stabaloy is done, so we can just... Let's use the Ivy assembler. Nice. Full clean room, I think, is to the move. Don't know if you can add windows. Yeah, there is a limited... So the larger the clean room, the more windows you can add to it. It's very restrictive at smaller sizes, but you can add some stuff like that. Railings, you can put whatever you want inside the clean room, essentially. I don't know how close you could get to like literal real life clean room, but yeah, you can do some stuff. Let's see. Yeah, we can just use the crafting table. That's fine. or not. We have no wrenches. Okay. Let's make sure we waste another types slot by adding another Gregtech tool. Because that's smart, right? And 14. There we go. Nice. Are our circuits done? They are indeed. There is our controller block and the quest. Play-Doh for big girls and boys. Sounds good to me. And another IV lube bag. Delicious. Oh yeah, Nova, yeah, you got a lot of AE2 stuff to do, but it's a process. Enjoy that process, you know? Let's see, we can get rid of all this garbage here. Nice. What else do we need here? We got the energy hatch. We did order a bunch of those input buses, which we do have now. Fantastic. Let's see. Output bus. Yeah, let's go ahead and order that real quick. So if I count up all these blocks, that's 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 plus 23 is 41. And then this output bus ME would be 42, which is the number we want. All right. So much conductive iron for the smart cables. Already started crafting up stacks of it and fluid extracting it. Smart cables. Which smart cables are those? Is that like a logistics pipes thing, or is that? Oh, or are you making wait, are you making this stuff? Hey, more power to you if you want to be able to see the channels, but yeah, I usually just skip the smart cables altogether. I just go like covered fluids, or if you need dense, just go covered dense. That way you don't have to spend circuits. But the smart cables do look cool. I will definitely say that. So don't blame you at all if you're going for the cool factor. Yeah. That should be everything that we need. Oh, we needed an EV gas turbine. That's right. Gotta power this thing. There we go. All right. Go finish off the stream strong. Get our extruder online. I'm so pumped for this multi-block. This was like definitely in the top 3 multi-blocks I was looking forward to. For IV. Where did my compressed chest go? Hello? Hello?
Oh.
Oh, you have it. Oh.
Yeah.
Where I didn't even see you in here.
Yeah, I was in there for just like a split second. That's why I didn't even like register for a second. And I just looked down.
Cat the thief.
Whoops.
That's right. Give it. I'm doing this for you, for your quality of life.
Hey, you did that to me earlier, so I guess we're even.
That's true. Okay. Here we go. All right, so this is a... okay, we'll barely have room behind this. I think that'll be okay. This is center, right? Front center, yeah. Okay. And we'll put the energy hatches in the front. That's kind of the way I like to do things. We'll do an ME output bus over here. Let's go ahead and a lot of these blocks out of here. There we go. Okay. We can put a lot of these blocks like in the front here. And then put a lot of them on the top. It should be fine. We do need maintenance hatch and muffler hatch on top. We'll just put that smack center here. The industrial sledgehammer, the number one of the 3 top multi-blocks. No. I don't really... Isn't that the forge hammer? I don't really care about the forge hammer that much. Is there a reason that I should? There is. I'm curious. Ultra dense IMI conduit, the only way to get 64 channels now. 120. I think it was 128, but I think... I feel like I've heard that this is not a good thing to use. Am I wrong about that? I know there was a different 128 channel conduit that they took out of the game. Or it wasn't conduit, it was like some kind of IMI like backbone cable or something. I know they took that out of the game. Oh, it was a joke, okay. Hey, I mean, you might know something I don't. You know, you never know. Let's do that. Those 3 right there. Multi-block should form now. Yep. We're up and running. All right. Backbone. Yep, that was it. Yep. Get a little light down here. There we go. And point all these down here. Okay. How many IMI interfaces do we want to make? Oh, we already have 8 in the system. Let's start with that. But I mean, I assume that conduit works, right? Ultra dense IMI conduit. I used to make... Was it the dense IMI conduit? I think I used to make this stuff all the time, but then they added a circuit to the recipe. So yeah, I don't really make this anymore. I usually just go for the IMI covered, the dense covered cable now. Which gets the job done for pretty cheap. Yeah, why does it have a circuit? Yeah, it used to not. I think they changed that in 2.5, possibly. So I don't think it was that way in 2.4. All right, let's get rod. Let's pick our like top 8 favorite extruder shapes of all time. Rotor, yeah. Bolt, yep. Normal pipe, definitely. Small gear, yep, for the pistons. What else? Rings, maybe? Rings are a contender. Large pipe, probably. We could do small and tiny pipe as well for our ender fluid conduit and item conduit. Space top 8, yeah. Tom will not be in this top 8, unfortunately. Tiny pipe and small pipe. Yeah, let's go with those. Sorry, regular gear. You're going to stay in here for now. Although we should have plenty of room to move most of these, the rest of these. We should have room for... Yeah, easily. We'll just start with this. We're going to need 8 channels for this. Let's check. Right now we're using 2 different P2Ps for auto crafting. So we've got 18 channels over here with all these single blocks. And then we have 22 channels over here for all this stuff. But we'll have enough. Yeah, we'll have enough for a couple of these. I am almost thinking though, like it's worth it just to kind of go ahead and do another.
Where are you?
PvP. Where am I? I am in the Zenitentiary.
You took an extruder thing that I literally need right now.
Right now. Okay, which one?
A large pipe.
Okay. There you go.
Thank you.
Let's see. Okay, and we're only running 5 off this, so we do have room for another P2P. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Although, I think we're getting to the point where we need to add another controller block. Let's do that as well. And come down here. Our monstrosity of a ME controller.
Oh, are you down by that?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Hello. How do you get down here? That is the question.
Yeah, that is the question. Can I just drop in here?
Take a tour, Cat.
Go in the hole. Come on. I don't know why I suck at 1 blocks.
Oh god, I just bridged the network. Oh god. Okay, that's gonna take a minute to come back online. Whoops.
I
Did you say why?
said hi.
Oh, hi. Hello.
Ooh,
Ah, you're bringing
there
it
you
back. Okay. Thank you.
you're welcome. Now, what's the best way to get out of here?
Flash home.
Really?
No, this little tunnel here goes back to, yeah. Let's see. We're gonna call this probably AutoCrafting 3, right? Yeah, AutoCraft 3. Our channel is limited by cable length or size or length. Yeah, so there's 2 different types of cable, basically. There's this dense cable. This will hold 32 channels. And then there's the other cable, which either looks like this, it's smaller, or it can be like covered as well. And this stuff only does 8 channels. So, yeah, 8 and 32. And each one of those ME controller faces here, each of these will give 32 channels. In order to do a complete Stargate run, you need multiple thousands of channels, easily. GTNH is probably pretty unique in that respect. I don't know if there are many other mod packs that require multiple thousands. Okay. Let's run this down a little further. We'll run it to like here. And so instead of having those, let's place down our P2P and we'll bind it to AutoCraft 3. There we go. And we'll run a little bit of dense cable like so. Then we can get our color applicator out. Start coloring this cable properly. So red is the color of our subnet that's delivering all the channels via P2P. And then cyan's our main network. I am going to leave this normal fluix, so we might connect multiple different colors to this. Interesting, yeah. What's making this probably seem more complicated than it normally is the P2P delivery system. So like the red channel being a subnet and delivering each of these 32 channels of the main network via P2P. Think of the red cable as a delivery system for channels, essentially. How do we want to do this? So we want 1 channel there, and then we're going to have 6, 7, 8, I guess. And let's just make this like purple. Not to be confused with Fluix color. And then let's... Actually, no. Let's not do that. Let's bring it down like this. That way, if I have to connect a different color onto the top of this, we can still do that. Okay, so this is actually only enough for... Yeah, I lied. This is only enough for 7 IMI interfaces. Okay. Get our quartz knife. Quartz knife is what we use for naming each of these interfaces. Why the dense cable there? Because if I just did like normal cable off of this, I would only be getting 8 channels, and I'm going to need to, in order to get the full 32 channels, I'm going to need to connect at like different points on this dense cable. So each of these little connection points will be 8 channels themselves. So I've got purple here, that's going to be 8 channels, and then I'm going to probably just do a different color. And I can go ahead and set that up right now. Yeah, we'll do green here. So like this, for example. And that way we can get another 8 channels. Like so. Let's put... So the thing that we have to remember is we cannot have blocking mode on any of these because the extruder shape is already here. And if we do blocking mode, then it will not push any crafting items into the bus because there's something already in there. Blocking mode can really be good for stuff not getting like clogged and stuck. But yeah, we're going to have to forgo that for the extruder specifically. So we put a rod in there. So let's name this extruder rod. Okay. We'll put rotor here. Extruder rotor. Yeah, how can you go from 8 to 32 from the red? Because the red is like basically taking the main controller, like the main controller block that, you know, how each of those sides gives 32. I have a P2P on each of those. The P2P is like a point-to-point type thing. So the red cable is what delivers, like what helps those 2 point-to-points communicate with each other. And so from this point-to-point, it's basically like acting as an extension. Like, okay, here are the 32 channels that are from that original IMI controller block face. And here I am, the red cable, delivering those, you know, that connection between those 2 points to you. It's almost like it's teleporting the IMI controller block face right here to where we can use dense cable to get all 32 channels. I will admit, like, it is not easy wrapping your mind around this. There's a couple different ways to explain it, right? But once you get it, you get it. This is definitely a handy system. Extruder rotor. What else are we going to do here? Bolt. Extruder bolt. Extruder normal pipe. Okay. Extruder small gear. We got 2 more. Let's do large and small pipe. We'll do extruder large pipe. And so when I look at the IMI interface terminal back at the main area of the base, each of these names will appear. This is how I'll like search for these interfaces to put the proper recipes inside them. Extruder small pipe. There we go. Sorry, tiny pipe. You're left in the dust here. And actually, let's go ahead and connect. We can leave the LCR connected like this for now. That's fine. Okay. Put all this stuff away. Put the IMI interface away. put this extra extrusion shape away. And theoretically, no. You have to put a P2P for yeah, the P2Ps are literally like the vital part of that allow the delivery of those. Up to 8 P2P attached on a controller block can be carried with a normal 8-channel, yeah. Which means 256, yeah, so it's like you're multiplying each channel times 32 in a way. Okay, let's make a recipe. Kat.
Yeah.
Give me a recipe. Extrusion recipe. Go.
About plastic pipe. Large plastic
pipe. That's a good one. Super tanks, right?
Yep.
That is a pretty good one. Unfortunately, we don't have polyethylene bars on AutoCraft yet, but
we need those.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. So large plastic pipe. Oh, I totally did not turn power on. Again. Wish I could say that's the first time I've made that mistake, but it's not. Shut down due to power oh. Okay, well I just wasted I just wasted 6 polyethylene bars. Oh well. Okay. Better that than something else, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. There we go. Now, whoops, not that. Those away. That away. Let's go back home and we'll try that one more time. Large plastic fluid pipe. Go. Come on, you can do it. Go. Oh, I didn't turn the... So I fixed the power problem, but I didn't turn the button back on. Okay. All right. One last time. And go. Okay. That was a very quick craft. There it is. All right. Great success. We got a whole lot of patterns to do for that. Like, just rods alone. I'll probably need 2 rows of recipes. You got... Let's see. You got steel rod. You got aluminium rod. Stainless steel rod. Titanium rod. Tungsten steel rod. Not neodymium rod. Those are just a couple. How many of these do we want to make? I think we probably go for 64 on most of these. And for anybody wondering, like, the reason you do that is because, like, let's say that you need just a couple rods. Well, it's kind of nice for the system to just go ahead and, like, batch a bunch of them. So that next time you need them, you don't have to craft them all over again. Plus, these multi-blocks will craft these rods very, very quickly. And they work better if you give them larger amounts. Yeah, for most of these... I mean, the only time this is really bad is if you only have like a couple stainless steel, for example, and you need just a couple rods. And it's like, well, you got more problems than just, you know, if you're running that low in stainless steel, like, something probably needs to change. I mean, speaking of which, I do need to make some. We'll go with... Tungsten steel is a little bit touchier subject, so we'll just go with 16 for that. Same for neodymium. Like the rarer materials will go for less. But we can just type in rod and slap all these recipes in, and boom. Give me 64 rods. There's half of them. Yep. Took like 5 seconds maybe. A is one of those things that break your brain until it clicks. Yeah, exactly. I think Kat has kind of had a similar experience. Wait, can you get that many channels from 65,000? That's insane. And you can't use the P2P cable to utilize all those channels. You have to dense off that line to use it all in multiple locations. Ooh, I'm not sure I understand the question. Ooh. Oh no. I've been scammed.
What happened?
Well, I put the Oriharakan in here to to smelt. Requires IV power.
Oh.
So I've got to overclock these EBFs to accommodate this. Ah, that sucks. Okay. Let me put a sign over here. Overclock to IV rather. I'll probably be quote unquote borrowing some more of those energy hatches. For instance, you have a P2P line with 64 channels. Can you use the normal sized cable and just hook that up to everything? Or do you have to have two dense cables running from the cable to utilize those channels? So for example, I'm not sure if this is going to answer your question or not, but I'm going to try. So in this example here, let's say that I didn't have this dense cable, which is capable of doing 32 channels, and let's say that I just connected up this normal ME glass cable to it. I would only be able to get a maximum of 8 channels from this P2P. Now, I could do another P2P that's connected to the original P2P that's on the controller block and get another 8 channels that way, etc. So there's some instances where I'll have like multiple P2Ps connected to the same sort of master P2P that's on the controller block. Let's say I don't need to use a whole 32 channels here, but let's say that I want to use some elsewhere. You know, you can do another P2P connected to the red. That's another slave to the master that's over there in the controller. But yeah, I have to put this dense cable here if I want to utilize all 32 channels in this general vicinity. So it really is just an extension of the face of the controller. Yeah, that is the perfect way to see that. Yeah. Literally just transporting the groups of 32 channels to various locations. Yeah. I really don't know if that was ever the original intention from the mod author for that. But yeah, it works pretty beautifully, I gotta say. Like, once you understand how to do it. All right, Kat, you about ready to call it for the week?
Sure.
What did you need to?
I will probably still be working on this project.
Okay,
for a
well,
little longer. But yeah, if you want to end stream, we can.
Yeah, that's about that time. Getting hungry, you know, the usual.
Can't get hangry now.
Why would you put 3 dense cables there instead of 1? Oh, I just did that to like give myself some more room potentially. Like if I needed to access multiple blocks of dense cable. You could just use 1, technically. In that specific situation, I probably only needed to use 1, but yeah. I've got dense cable to spare. That's fine. But yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with us this week. It's been a good week.
It has been a really good week.
Gotten a whole lot done. And Greg. Been nice to be indoors, away from the horrible heat.
Right?
Oh, yo, Cole, thank you.
Thank you, Cole.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's been a really great week. We will be back. I don't want to make any promises because Final Fantasy XIV is coming out in 24 hours. And I don't know how addicted I'm going to be to that story to where I'm like, I got to get through this, But in the event it's not super crazy, I do want to keep streaming. So we'll see if we come back at our normal time on Sunday. I'll be doing updates in the Discord just to keep y'all informed. But until then, anything you want to say, Kat?
Just thank you guys so much for hanging out with us and making Gregging even more fun.
Exactly.
Hope you guys have a safe and cool weekend.
Cool. Exactly. Yep. Y'all take care. We're gonna raid. I always don't know how to pronounce their name. Omai Grundles. We'll go with Grundles.
Yeah, Grundles. And Redwall, servers come back up tomorrow. Yeah,
at like 27 hours from now. Yeah.
Like really late.
Yeah, very
totally
late,
Final Fantasy XIV addicted.
I will not be playing till the following day, needless to say.
Yeah. Anyway, y'all have a great weekend.
Yep. Stay safe. Peace.